Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing this wonderful Friday morning? And obviously on the East Coast, afternoon as well. Good to see all of you. Let me turn myself off because it's so weird to see myself moving on my phone in the like 2 seconds after I move. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you, Les Bones, Holly. Good to see you, Warren. I would say Shane, but that was me this morning. The KRTD thing saying good morning. So good morning, myself. Good morning, Amber. I hope you have a really good day at work. Good morning, Dolores. Hope your show is going good. Hope you're getting some new followers. I think that's all I see in the comment section so far. If you haven't commented, welcome. Good to see you. So let's see what's been going on. Nothing. I just played video games all day yesterday, so nothing new. Fortnite has like this weird area now where it's called like this horde rush. So it's kind of like Call of Duty where you used to have like the zombies that just keep coming, but we have those in Fortnite too. So that's pretty much what we did a lot of. And then just did some quests, trying to earn some stuff, and some XP. That's about it. Yesterday was super boring. I was trying to relax. Tonight's going to be a lot of fun. We're having, I'm going to be over on Warren's show tonight, Extra Booyah, at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern for the secret show. So make sure you guys go and check that out. Make sure to give us a like on this show tonight and like on this show now. If you would like to. We're like at 935 subscribers, so we're definitely almost getting there. We're really working on it. I was thinking this morning really quick before Sherry joins, I would like try to come up with some kind of like, like, share and subscribe outro thing for like when I do the clips, because I always do like an intro and outro for them. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Lady. Would you like to come up here? I have an intro and outro, but I want to do something kind of like where, reminding people to subscribe and all that fun stuff. So that way we can work on it, because that's the only thing left. I was looking at the analytics this morning and we've hit all the marks to become part of the partner program on YouTube, minus just the subscribers. So we're super, super close. So I was thinking of doing like a little audio outro thing, kind of whatever, to get people to come and subscribe, because like the clips are it's really funny, actually. The clips are doing pretty decent. They're not doing too bad at all. And it seems like I get a lot of attention on videos like the clips when I do incel type stuff like Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate and stuff, which is very interesting to see. Obviously a lot definitely probably mostly a lot of haters, I'm thinking, but whatever, it's still getting us that view count that we need. So if haters want to watch what I have to say and then comment in there some dirtbag stuff, then whatever, so we're getting those views. It's doing really good. Just got to get that subscriber count up. We're almost there. I think we need like 70 something more, and then that's done with that. So we don't have to worry. Then it's part of the next process, which is, finally like the monetization part. So good morning, John. Good to see you. Yes. By the way, working means cleaning house, although people don't think it's work or recognize it. Yeah, exactly. Working and lurking as usual. Okay. Okay. Definitely. Good to see you, John. Glad to see you here. So yeah, I was thinking about doing that really quick, but I do have Sherry already here in the background too. So definitely gonna have to bring her on soon. We got a little bit of things that we can talk about afterwards today. I didn't find too much things. It's like I was really digging in the trenches last night for news stories to come up with today. So like I found a really cool Twitter video really quick of Bo Burnham talking about self-esteem. And then I was thinking maybe we can go through a video. It definitely was a warning with the video, so we probably can't watch a lot of it, just a little bits, little pieces here and there, maybe of what Bo Burnham was saying about self-esteem in the age of social media and how teenagers exist with that. Then I found another video about a Starbucks barista crying at his job, complaining about lack of workers, and then what happens after that. Really cool, awesome thing happened yesterday. Thank you, Warren, for sharing it, or else I would never have seen it. The Jose Vega guy went to a rally that Pompeo was at, and two people decided to stand up and do an anti-war protest in front of Pompeo, which was amazing. Sad that they got booed out. Really shows the brainwashing of humanity right now, especially in America. Yesterday, or the day, sometime this week, earlier this week, a Russian U.S. representative, Polanski, went on to Tara Reid's show, and there were some really good clips that were taken out of that, so I figured we'd watch those clips on Twitter today. And then if we have time, we can watch the video. You can check her out. She's on Rumble, which is where I'm gonna probably be watching it if we watch the video. Which was a really amazing, really good job. She's absolutely incredible. I absolutely love Tara. Go check her out on Twitter. She definitely is shadow banned out there. A lot of people aren't really seeing a lot of her, and definitely need to see more of her. She's doing a lot of good work out there. Last couple of things after that, if we have time. There's a big Scientology thing that's going on. Danny Masterson from That 70s Show, who used to be a Scientologist, or maybe still is in court these last 2 weeks over rape assault charges. So I figured we can go over. Leah Remini wrote like 32 tweets about the Scientology culture mindset and everything tied in with the Danny Masterson case. So I figured we'd go over her tweets, all of those, see what she has to say, go over the first and second week of Danny Masterson's case, and go over what's been going on with all of that, how Scientology is trying to keep it on the down low, on the hush hush, and how the Scientology itself and the police department pretty much kept these women silent and not able to say anything since these actual assaults did happen back in the early 2000s. Then last but not least, obviously I wanted, if we have time, continue on with the November talk of learning empathy and learning the lives and the stories of homeless people. That way we can at least not look at them as others and separate ourselves and learn that they are, which is one of my favorite words, learn the word sonder, which is every human being has a unique full experience of life that you have no idea about. And so this kind of just helps us dive into a single homeless person's life. That way we can gain empathy and realize that these people are humans and not just other beings. So that is all I have for today. For a really quick rundown of what we can talk about. I know that Sherry gave me a couple of things to look through that she wants to talk about today. She sent it to me in Slack. So I know it's something about Larry Fink, BlackRock. It looks like Milton Friedman to GN build clunky cars, so auto industry. Yeah, so let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and just bring Sherry in because I feel so bad. She's literally been sitting back there for like 13 minutes now. So welcome, Sherry.
Hello, Jimmy. Oh, don't
Good
worry
morning.
about me being back here. I'm just kind of enjoying the show. So
I know, I'm like over here sitting here. I literally feel like you're in the audience and I'm like a one-woman show. And I'm the kind of like theater thespian kind of person that, like, if there's 1,000 people in the audience and I'm on the stage, I'm fine. Like, I'm really good as long as there's a lot. If there's 5 people in the audience and I'm on the stage, I'm gonna pass out. Like, I'm literally gonna have an anxiety attack and I'm gonna pass out. So I'm sitting over here with you in the audience, knowing I've got everybody here in, the comment section, but seeing you, I'm just like, there's one person here and I'm going to fucking die. I'm pretty sure I'm already sweaty now as it is.
So, well, don't be afraid of me.
No, absolutely not. No, I'm not afraid. No, I just get scared with a few amount of people standing there. So how are you doing?
I am good. We still have another beautiful day. Good. I don't know if this is going to be the last of it or what, but you can see that now there's a lot fewer leaves on the trees and and they're brown compared to last time. But I just wanted to get out and spend a little time out here while we talk about less fun things.
Yeah. So explain what you are wanting to talk about here while I pull all these up.
Okay. The first thing I sent you was a picture of Larry Fink so that everybody can know who Larry Fink is. Larry Fink is one of the great oligarchs of the world because he is the head of BlackRock, which is, I imagine, is probably the world's largest, certainly probably the most powerful private equity fund that's out there. And so this is a man, you want to talk about the owners of this country, he would be in there. And he's somebody who calls a lot of shots. Yep. And so this is the thing. What Larry Fink did was he said earlier this week, and it caught my attention, so I thought we could talk about it. He said he wants to have a revolution. Only maybe not quite in the way you and I might think about it. Because as you see, he was talking there. I don't know when that picture was taken, but he was at the Clinton Global Initiative. And so, he's probably not talking about equity issues. Right. So anyway, his idea of a revolution is a revolution in shareholder value or shareholder democracy, as he says.
Right.
And what he's talking about is he thinks that shareholders should be more active in corporate governance. Now, let me explain a little bit. And I want to go back in history a little bit because this is something that has not always been the case. When we first, and Joe Firestone and I have talked about this already, when corporate law was developed, it developed out of different I guess you'd say types of law. It evolved in a way that created different classes of people who have invested in the company. And so there's like preferred stockholders and bondholders and things like that. And then there's our regular, what we think of as shareholders, basically people who buy stock. And in theory, shareholders have a vote in the corporation governance. So, for instance, they can vote on, boards of directors, things like that. Historically, shareholders, the common shareholders, not preferred shareholders, but most people are common shareholders. Most stock is common share. Common shareholders were really meant to be the people that get a return for their investment in risking money for to invest in the company. And so that meant that if you were a shareholder, you might make a lot of money if you invest in a company that returns returns a lot, that grows, maybe provides dividends, even if it doesn't provide dividends, but if the value grows. So the purpose of common shareholding was essentially to help the firms raise money, and basically be able for people to invest in this company. They may not have a lot of money invested in it, but they are investing, and so they have an interest in the company. But historically, they didn't play a large role in corporate governance, and so usually in the past, what has happened is that um, shareholders were kind of, well, actually, it's still the case that common stock shareholders are actually the last to be paid in the event that a company goes under. So there are orders, there's priorities. There are priorities in who gets paid out of the value of a company when it goes bust. And so that would include like the top people would be the people who have whole bonds, and historically it would have been like, labor, especially labor retirement funds, things like that.
Mhm.
People, companies that this company owes money to, blah blah blah. And if there's anything left at the end, common stock shareholders, might get a few cents on the dollar or whatever. They may not get anything, but that's what they acknowledge, because if it does go well, they can grow money a lot. I mean, sorry, they can
Right.
grow a lot of money. They can, make a lot of returns, and uh,
Right.
hand that stuff down. So
Right,
sort
but
of,
doesn't that turn like a business into like the mindset and the culture of continual growth? And when you think about businesses and corporations and things like that growing, I mean, we literally have a finite amount of resources and
mhm.
space and time that, there comes a point to where you can only grow so much, and then you either have to fail or you're a monopoly. So how is that, with the returns and the shareholders and stuff, how is that culturally, mindsets wise, how is that correct? How is that plausible in a finite world?
Well, that is an important issue, and yes, it is a concern, and that's, we can't keep growing. It's been, we have this mindset of constant growth, and
Yeah.
it is something that is um, difficult. I mean, we can't see how it can keep going, especially, as huge as our corporations have gotten to be and everything. It's a little bit different issue though that I want to cover,
Okay.
because but that's still something to keep in mind, okay,
Right.
as I
Right.
discuss this. Okay,
Yes.
so
'Cause it reminds me of the Bo Burnham thing that we're gonna be watching later on.
uh-huh,
He literally says the same thing that I was just saying, and so, I figured that would probably be a good question. So, it looks like really quick Shane has a question. What do you think the Fed raising interest rates, and does it actually help us? And if not, who does it?
well, I don't think it helps. It's
Yeah.
based on neoclassical theory of macroeconomics, and to me, it seems like, well, you're increasing the cost of money.
Yeah.
And certainly a lot of things. One of the problems that we're having right now, the reason why inflation is so high, is because we have major supply chain problems.
Yeah.
And that comes back, and actually, it kind of also ties into this discussion of corporate governance.
Yeah.
Because what happened was, back in back in the late 60s, early 70s, American corporations started seeing a lot of competition from overseas. Before that, we were, kind of the only game in town after World War II.
Yeah.
And so Germany and Japan were rebuilding, other countries were rebuilding. And by the late 60s, we started seeing these countries were being rebuilt, and we started seeing imports, more and more imports coming into the country. And So there was some pressure on American corporations to maybe start thinking about changing a little bit. One of the big things that was a concern was the American auto industry, and the reason was because we started importing like Volkswagen Bugs, and then there's some Japanese cars that started coming in. These these cars tended to be smaller and more fuel efficient. Now this is before the energy crisis, but yet, there was these cars had that advantage. And in addition, American car companies were very had were very uncertain in the quality of products that they put out. In fact, a famous paper that got this other economist, George Akerlof, and a fake Nobel Prize in economics, was an article called uh, it was about the demand for lemons. Lemons were cars that didn't function right. And so, back then, you kind of, when you bought a new car, people were really leery, because a lot of times you get cars that would just, there was something fundamentally wrong with these cars. And, I knew one woman who, like, she was constantly putting money into this car. And, it just wasn't well made. And, so there was a lot of concern about the quality of American cars. That also helped to open up the market for imports. So
I agree. Hondas are great. I'm a Honda lover, so give me Japanese cars any day.
I'm a bona fide Subaru fan myself.
That's my husband. He's a Subi till the day he dies. We have 3 Subis. It's
Oh, really?
ridiculous. I'm just like, give me a Honda Civic. I'll even take like a 94 Honda Civic, because those things, they'll run forever. But my husband, man, he can make a Subi run for like almost 500,000 miles before he's got to trade it in. Yeah.
Wow.
We have a Subi that's got almost 400,000 miles on it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're amazing. I'm just like, all right, let's do this. But I love Hondas. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
So what happened was there was concern about, American industry was seeing problems. They started calling it like X inefficiency and, other things. But basically, a lot of what it really was is they weren't really investing in capital in the corporations the way they needed to be. And so what happened was you started seeing a lot of concern about what was going on. At the same time, we had in the 1960s, we had a lot of consumer activism. This was the period that Ralph Nader was a national hero, because he published, his first book was about the Corvair, unsafe at any speed. And so he became a strong consumer activist, and corporations started getting really nervous about that. This is a little bit before the Powell memo. What happened was in 1970,
this is like during the Pinto times too, right? Like where the Pinto, you get into an accident and the car would blow up.
Pinto was a little bit later. It was in the 70s.
Okay.
But in 1970, Milton Friedman was asked to write an article about shareholder value. And this article was saying that companies should not be concerned with things like environmental regulations. They shouldn't be concerned about their employees. Back then, I remember there was actually something that was referred to as a good corporate citizen. You may have never heard of that in your young life. So Milton Friedman was saying, we shouldn't have good corporate citizens. We should have corporations that what they want to do is they want to focus, number one, on returning as much money and value back to the shareholder, the common shareholder, as possible. And so, really, the main point of a corporation is to make a lot of money for people to buy stock, who buy their stock. And so this actually became something that corporations completely bought into. And so that's actually in addition, was part of the reason why we had things like blowing up Pintos
Right,
and
because
things like
they
that.
would start skimping on the process of building the car to make more
Right.
money for the shareholders.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
makes
And so,
sense.
and then in the 1980s, this stuff took off like crazy.
Right.
And so it just was all about, you know, not basically not caring about your employees as a source of wealth of the corporation, not, that your employees are also an asset, and so you should value them and you should take care of them. So what happened was, this whole thing of shareholder value just completely took over, and now it is a common theme in modern corporate governance. Um, and yet, at the same time, there are more and more people who are coming out and saying this is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, even there was an article at the University of Chicago. Is the shareholder theory of value still valid? And a lot of people are saying no. And one of the reasons why they're saying no is because what we're seeing essentially is, with the rise of activist shareholders, we're seeing more and more of a basically shareholders sucking value out of corporations. Constant push, as you said, for growth. Constant push, for lowering costs. And it's all about trying to maximize profit, continuously maximize profit to return money back to shareholders. And also, what has happened is that shareholders become kind of different, because nowadays, a lot of what shareholders are not mom and pop, grocery store owner, or a doctor who likes to make wise investments to make sure he and his wife have a solid retirement or whatever. Nowadays, a lot of those stockholders are actually institutions, and a lot of them are like retiree, like, for instance, retirement funds. BlackRock, in fact, manages the federal employee thrift savings plan, and which is our main retirement fund. That was not always the case. Originally, we had an index fund sometime in the early 2000s that was switched, and now BlackRock manages the money for all the federal employees that are under the thrift savings plan. So they have massive amounts of money, and there are many private equity and institutional funds like them. They buy big blocks of stock. They buy they invest big time in mutual funds, things like that. And so what has happened is that these institutions have become very powerful in the running of these corporations. What Larry Fink is saying is that that was a good thing, and it should keep happening. And in fact, we should have more of it. These stockholders should have more control. They should have more say in the way companies are run. Now, like I said, think about who these stockholders are. They're like other private equity funds, they're institutional investors, things like that. And so, what they want, ultimately, they're just going to continue to want more and more profit. I mean, that's what they do.
Yep.
But if they're getting more involved in the governance of the corporation, what BlackRock has said, and there's actually the second thing I sent you, the second link is an article
Yep.
from the BlackRock website, and this is their discussion of how they want to have more more power for the shareholders, and they want shareholders to be able to say something about um, like environmental policies of companies and things like that. Now that sounds like a good idea. It seems good, especially in this day and age um, of global warming, which we know is happening. Um, However, the issue is, my concern is, who would these policies benefit, right? So if we have corporations that have activist shareholders who are saying, okay, we want to have more concern about the environment, we want to have more concern about our food sources, things like that. What do you think that means in terms of policies that get implemented?
Right.
Want to take a guess, Jimmy?
No, because it's all bad.
Yeah, it really is. You know, the concern is, and the reason why I wanted to bring this up is, there's more and more concern about global warming, but we also know, like
Yeah.
Michael Moore's film pointed out, that the global warming activists, sometimes they don't always act on behalf of actual global warming. Sometimes there's a lot of careerism. Sometimes there's a lot of getting money from foundations and things like that. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be concerned about global warming. We very much should. We should also be concerned about policies that are implemented on behalf of the issue of global warming
Oh,
that
yeah.
ultimately have um, very uneven impact on people. So that, in other words, these corporations and these people that are activist shareholders, believe me, they are thinking, how are we going to use this situation to make more money?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so what we want to do is, what I'm trying to do is bring awareness to this issue. Shareholder value has proven to be a really bad idea, and it has contributed significantly to the inequality that we have now seen over these last 40 years.
Right. Well, it doesn't even really make sense to me. Like, what's even the point of turning that into a career unless you're completely greedy? Because I understand the whole importance of investing in something that you're interested, so that way it can grow and become as big as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand return on investment. Of course, if you're going to invest, let's say $10,000 into something, of course you're going to want a little bit back when you see it grow. But there's got to be like a stopping point. It can't turn into a career thing unless you take that little, like, let's say your ROI for a $10,000 investment is $15,000. Then you
Mm-hmm.
take that $15,000 and go to a different company. You shouldn't continually get just an unfettered, a blank check amount of money from this company just because you've donated $10,000 to help see them grow. That's what I don't understand
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
see as a very janky thing.
Yeah. And the thing of it is historically what we did, over those you know uh 40 years of post-war um growth of the middle class and rising of standards of living. What we had then was high taxes, especially on you know things like capital gains. And so, one way to control this is to have either an income tax or some kind of thing. Many of these people who are investing in these corporations, they're when they make when they make gains, they're not going to pay income tax. They pay capital gains tax, which is
Hmm.
lower than the income tax.
Hmm.
We used to have much higher capital gains taxes. Now, I mean, you can't blame people for wanting to make money,
Right.
but you can implement policies, first of all, that can protect corporations from, basically grabbing everything. But you can also implement taxes and other ways of trying to redistribute the wealth somewhat.
Right.
What we have is we have a system where the people who have money just can make gobs and gobs and gobs and gobs more money. The rest of us can't even get a shot.
Right.
Um,
Yeah,
and
there should be like a greediness law in the Constitution.
Well, we've gotten, I mean, honestly, after World War II, after the Great Depression and the crisis of that, and World War II, partly brought on by the global economy having been destroyed. What happened was there was really a change in heart, and I remember. I'm not saying every person who was rich thought that they should be grateful, but certainly there was a lot more of an attitude of noblesse oblige. You should be thankful for what you have. And basically what happened was the 1980s just ripped that out. And so what we need to get back to that. We need to get back to understanding that we are all in this together. um and as Shane made a comment, just because taxes don't fund spending doesn't mean we don't need to tax
Right.
CEOs. It doesn't mean we don't need to tax corporate shareholders. We need to understand that corporations, they are a social entity, and they don't have a right to exist.
Right.
They have a privilege. They are privileged to exist because the government allows them that privilege. Corporations should benefit society, okay? And even if it we still have shareholders making lots and lots and lots of money, corporations still, they're part of a society. Um, we have these people that say, "Oh, it's a person." Well, hey, I mean, people, they die.
Hmm.
Corporations live forever.
Right.
And, so you have, if you consider a corporation a person, you're really talking about an entity that has so much more impact than any one individual could ever have.
Hmm.
So, so the issue
Right. Well,
is,
if that corporation is, quote unquote an entity, I think that's like what through Citizens United, right?
right,
Then they should be known as one single person. You get one vote, you pay your taxes, even though it's capital gains tax, that's your income because you're a person. So you've
mhm,
got to get taxed that way. If they want to consider themselves a single person, then they should be treated like a single person.
right, right. Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to do was bring attention to this issue of shareholder value, because it's one of those really weird things that is very obscure. Most people don't own stock in corporations.
No.
If you have anything, you're like me, you have you invest in basically mutual funds, and those people that are managing the mutual funds, they're kind of part of the problem
Okay.
because they're trying to get the yield. um, and so it's important, I think, for people to be aware that we have these inconsistencies, and that companies like BlackRock, they make these things sound so, so like, oh, we're open for democracy. We really want, that little guy to have some power and some say in our corporation. When in fact, the little guy doesn't.
Right.
have anything to do with the corporation.
Right.
Or if they do, they're like me, and I have no say. Just because I own a mutual fund, I really actually have no say, because it's a retirement fund, and the people who are managing it, yeah, they're looking out for my interests. But you know what? My interests are more than just how much money I'm going to have in retirement.
Mhm.
And so it to me, I think I just wanted to bring this up so people understand there are lots of ways that we can be taken advantage of. And this is one of those just subtle ways. Most people don't even think about it. And it is actually something that was really promoted by the economics profession, the neoclassical, on the neoclassical side, um, because they really don't think about what the overall impact of this is to society. It's a really, I guess, misguided approach to corporate governance, I say. And Unfortunately, though, it is so much ingrained.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. So, so, oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's what I call the pandemic, is the cocoa virus.
yeah, yeah. And so anyway, I wanted to bring this up. I want
Yeah.
people to be aware that this exists, and also I want people to be aware that when corporations say they really care about the environment, they really care about workers, they really care about individual investors, and you know
Yeah.
having democracy. Look at the fine print. Think about what this really means. Shareholder
Mhm.
value empowered corporations. It empowered them to, you know, basically destroy destroy employee funds. It empowered the growth of private equity. It empowered just uh, so much, so much of the inequality that we have. Um, and So it is actually a bad thing. I don't know if there's ways how exactly go about getting rid of it, except to maybe try to inform policymakers and talk to people about it.
Mhm.
And I mean, this is just because it's there now doesn't mean it has to be there. It wasn't before 1970. Um,
Yeah.
we can make changes, and we also need to make changes that when we embark on environmental policies, we want to also make sure that the distributional impact is going to, you know, it's not going to hurt the poorest people.
Mhm.
And shareholder value is one of the things that really allows um, the poorest people to be hurt.
Right. Yeah, you can even see it right here. I was just reading this little part right here. As I said before, my hope is that in the future, every investor, ultimately including individual investors, have access to voting choice if they want. So that in my head makes me think that they just swiped, back when they took away all the union workers and just turned them into regular employees, they swiped all the union people's powers away, including the voting power of what they want to see going on in the future with the company,
Right.
and gave it to these shareholders, these investors.
Right. Yeah.
It's and this is from BlackRock itself, so yeah.
Yeah. And BlackRock is just a massive, massive corporation, and it really calls the shots, like,
Right, wasn't isn't there
around the
something to do
world.
with isn't there something to do with BlackRock and a pipeline in the past?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they funded that. Yeah.
That was during, like, the Obama days or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they get in, they invest in all kinds of stuff like that.
So they're like
So,
the Army Corps of Engineers.
Well, what they are is they're a private equity corporation, and so what they are, what they basically are is a corporation that lots of money goes into it, and then their job is to make a lot more money from that.
Hmm.
So they're constantly looking for return on investment, and what they
Okay.
do is so they'll do things like buy stocks in other corporations, but they'll also like invest in corporations that maybe are doing building pipelines,
Okay. Okay.
things like that.
All right. That's
um,
interesting.
and so yeah, I mean it's a big financial firm, is what it is. But it's a different kind of financial firm than a bank. Um, it is, just basically its only job is to make as much money as possible for the people who invest in it. Um, and so, and you made a really, really good point. You know, co- people who work in corporations are an asset. I mean, I know maybe people don't like referring to people as assets, but you know, if you are a corporation, I mean, when you're an employer, you got to, your employees are like really your lifeblood. They're
Hmm.
the ones that are doing the work, like maybe implementing your vision. If it's you have a kind of a vision motivated business, or whatever. And employees take time to train. They're valuable, and they should be appreciated, and they should be considered at least, if not much more important than a common stock shareholder.
Right.
So,
Right.
anyway,
That's crazy. I
yeah,
mean, but the value of the employer has always gone downhill. I mean, I think when the Industrial Revolution started, people were making things because they were skilled in that. And that's when companies figured out a way to, instead of one person doing an entire process on one project, they separate the project into different processes and put different people in there so nobody ever knew how to fully do anything. And that's what created employees, and that's what made them feel like employees weren't very valuable, is because they thought of them as stupid
right,
because they only were able to do one thing and one thing only.
right. And the thing is, corporations, they always have an incentive to try to reduce costs, and that means use the um, lowest skilled labor that they can get away with.
Yep.
Sometimes they can't get away with very low skilled labor, but and so they have high salaries they have to pay out, but they're always
Yep.
going to be looking for that, and that's why we need to protect people. And we need to protect people, and things like shareholder value, maximizing shareholder value as the primary goal of a corporation, that really should not exist.
Right.
It does exist. It should be changed, but even if it can't be changed, and I think it can be changed, but even if it isn't changed, there's still ways that we can minimize this. You know, increase taxes, have a more progressive tax base, especially tax system, especially at the federal level, and in addition, have regulations that protect employees, protect their retirement, um, and basically not allow these shareholders to call the shots over employees, customers, you know, all of society.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then they say, oh well, we're doing this to lower carbon emissions or to offset carbon emissions. Well, is it really doing that? And
Right.
is it doing it in a way that's going to hurt poor people, increase the wealth of the wealthiest? That's not what we want.
No, definitely
So,
not. So what about this last one, the naked capitalism one?
oh yes, yes. Oh, that I'm sorry. Can you bring that up? This was
Yep.
actually a really good article, a very short one, but it's Oh,
Girl, this is short.
oh, no, 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 no. Wait, let me
Oh, yeah.
see.
No, wait.
Oh, can you scroll up? I think there was maybe. Oh, there. Yeah, that's it. Because that one that says make volatility work to your advantage. That's just an ad.
Oh, okay. So it's just
Yeah,
this 2 paragraphs right here.
yeah. The article is original shareholder value. Um, Milton Friedman to GM build clunky cars, and that's getting back to what I was saying early on. Milton Friedman was asked to write a series of 3 articles. They appeared in 1970 in the New York Times. And I'm sorry, I don't have links because I don't subscribe to New York Times.
I
But
know.
if someone does, they can look up these articles, and they basically, it's 3 articles that lay this thing out saying, hey, don't feel bad about environmental policies. Don't worry about, um, you know, producing crappy products. He didn't really say that, but that was the implication.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry
mean,
about your
build clunky
workers.
cars. It makes
What you
sense.
want to focus on is you want to bring as much money back to all those people who own that own shares in your corporation, because guess what? They're just like you. Only they're not like me and
The
you.
social so on September 13th, 1970, Milton Friedman published one of the most arguably economically destructive articles in history. The social responsibility of business is to increase its profits. There it is. In the New
Mhm,
York Times, article is available in PDF form for subscribers. Friedman
mhm,
advanced the idea that managers are agents of shareholders and that the only purpose of for-profit businesses is to increase stock price.
right.
Leave it up to a guy who makes a fucking board game out of the worst like economic situation ever to say something like that.
Oh, he was horrible.
Didn't Milton Friedman make like Monopoly?
Oh, no, no, he didn't. But he did so many destructive things.
Didn't Milton Friedman make a board game? I could swear there's a Milton Friedman
Oh,
board.
he may have. He may have. He didn't do Monopoly, but he may have made some kind of board game.
Now I'm
He did all kinds of, it's funny because when I was an undergrad in the 1970s, Milton Friedman was seen by by most economists as kind of crazy. And what happened was Milton Friedman, he was basically a gun for hire. And he wrote a lot of articles and stuff that were commissioned. He wrote the book Capitalism and Freedom, that was commissioned by an organization called the Volcker Fund, which is not didn't have any doesn't have anything to do with Paul Volcker. It was an organization out of Kansas City that was actually supposed to be used for something else. And so um, Um, so Milton Friedman, he was basically a hired gun, and he produced things that then were able to be used, to mislead the public. In the
Was it Milton
1970s,
Bradley that made
oh,
Monopoly?
Milton Bradley, oh yeah, that's the game company.
Okay, okay. So I had the first name right. Okay, I'm over here googling it and shit right now. Monopoly is coming up for Milton Friedman for some weird reason. So
Oh yeah, because he was involved with helping to destroy antitrust as well. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, because we love that.
yeah. Yeah, he thought, hey, if it's a monopoly, it must be doing something right. That was kind
Yeah,
of his
uh,
attitude.
Les Bones, you are correct. There was 2
Yes.
different ways to play the game, but whoever when Industrial Revolution or around the industrial time happened, they took out the socialist and just made the board game in the monopoly capitalist way.
Hmm. Yep.
That's why people end up with in fighting in Monopoly and never end up actually agreeing at the end is because it's capitalism. It's pretty much life.
And also, there's been a lot of work that some economists have done on uh, doing experimental economic experiments. And one article I read, there was an experiment where they started, where they had economics majors who were involved in this experiment, and they were all playing Monopoly. And what happened was they started everybody off. What there was, there was two people playing each game, and one of the people would have the $200 to start out with, and the other person, they didn't give them anything, and so they didn't start out with anything. Well, guess what? Who do you think ended up winning all the time?
Yeah, the person with 200, of course.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. And it was also funny because they said that, like, they put out pretzels. The students who started out with more money, they ate more of the pretzels, and, yeah. And they were just more like obnoxious as they played. Yeah. And so
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crazy video. I know.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So this is something I hope that people are aware of and be careful. Climate change is real. Climate change needs to be addressed, but we need to address it in a way that is not going to hurt the poorest people, who are already the ones that are suffering the most from climate change. We don't want this to turn into an opportunity for the wealthy to just grab more stuff.
Right.
And like we know, Bill Gates has been buying a lot of farmland.
I know.
So, they know what's going on. They're getting ready for this.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. And just know that, no matter how much you try, you're not going to live through any kind of apocalyptic scene. And they've got the bunkers that can last forever. Right. So we're not, they're already preparing for whatever is going to happen. So yeah. Yeah. Or at least try to control our food outsourcing. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the issues that's going on over at, I think I brought this up with you before, over in Holland. They are putting in place very restrictive policies for use of fertilizer and things like that. And so it's basically driving quite a few of the Dutch farmers out of business.
Yeah.
And their concern is their concern is that they're being forced out so that the land can be bought up by wealthy people.
Of course.
I'm not saying that's the case, but
allegedly. Allegedly. Yeah. Yep. No, I completely agree. That's what we do. That's what capitalists do. So you guys don't forget this face. All right. Remember this face.
and the name, Larry Fink.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget the name because he sounds like Larry Flint, which is the owner of Hustler. Yeah. So Larry Fink, Larry Flint. I'll never forget that. So yeah, you guys remember this guy. What is Cape? Good morning, Cape Socialist. He says Netherlands is the first EU country to drop Russia sanctions. Oh yeah. Noticing that been going on as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, no, remember that. Do you want me to send out any of these in the links in the?
Okay, you could if you want.
Comment section. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants the picture of Larry Fink, but
no. The BlackRock one is good.
The BlackRock one and the article from Naked Capitalism, and like I said, if you have a subscription to the New York Times, you might want to look it up, read those articles, share them with your friends, explain to them the impact that this has had and how it has contributed to the increasing inequality and all the problems we have with corporations.
Yep. And it was very, very good showing all of this too, because, people know it, but they never, it's really hard, when you think of separate times and separate things, it's hard to put all of those together and be like, oh, they're all related. I get it now. Mm-hmm. So
Yeah, yeah,
definitely, definitely gave me an aha moment. So that was really
yeah.
cool today. So
And
thank you.
let me go back to what Shane was asking about inflation.
Sure.
Um, you know, part of what has been happening, the shareholder value theory, is they push corporations to cut costs, cut costs. Um, and in the process, what has happened? We have offshored our industry. We have, like let huge parts of the country just become fallow so that people don't have jobs. They're desperate. Many people have, just have, committed, you know, death by slow suicide, uh, becoming, drinking too much or getting involved with drugs because they're poor. They're desperate, and and so shareholder value is one of the things that's contributing to all these things that have basically destroyed much of our infrastructure, our manufacturing infrastructure, and much of our civic infrastructure as well. And so these are the things now that have caused inflation to be so rampant because we have inconsistent problems with transportation. We have, um, you know, base like Amber's article on computer chips. We don't have the ability to produce a
Yeah.
lot of things anymore,
Yep.
and we've made these industrial sectors really fragile with the just in time delivery and stuff like that. So what happens is, a like GM, they're dependent on a lot of different like suppliers. Any one of those suppliers in the chain can have a breakdown, and they do because of all these other problems, and that holds up production.
Yep.
So shareholder value has contributed to this, and no matter how much they increase the interest rate, the Fed increases the rates, that's not going to help.
No. They were
And
just
it's
saying on the mainstream news last night that they were saying that this next interest rate hike is actually probably going to lead us into a depression. They finally said it on mainstream news last night
Yep,
that this is
yep,
probably not going as good as they thought. But
yep.
people like you, me, other people, independent media, we've been screaming it from the rooftop. Economics know this. Economists know this.
Mm-mm.
So this was the
Yep.
worst thing that they could do, having the Fed raise interest rates. Absolutely not. I mean, if
Yeah.
anything, it's, well, we already know it's because of the value of the dollar and the, the fear of the debt clock. So that makes people not want to spend any more money and the government take more money. If they want to create that fear or make that fear go away, then like you were saying, tax the shit out of these people. Just tax them. It would literally, a lot of that debt would go away, the fear would go away, and then maybe invest in the people after that instead of keep
Yes.
investing in all of this bullshit.
Right. Right. We need to raise wages, so that
Big time.
your average person has some disposable income. People don't have any disposable income
No. No.
unless they're wealthy, and then
Yep.
they don't spend it. They
Exactly.
just save it. Yeah. What we're, things are going to be difficult until we start investing in the infrastructure, the people. We start basically replacing what we allowed to just wither away for the
Yeah.
last 40 years.
Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely. Infrastructure. You're completely right. But no, just like John says, they keep propping up the rich. It's got to be some kind of like weird, crazy bubble that they're in that they just don't see it outside of their bubble. It
Yeah.
has to be. How
Yeah.
can you not, as a rich person, go to downtown LA to your high rise building and not see those tents around there? How? Do you take a helicopter into town? Is that what you do?
Well, a lot of people. And it's not just rich people. A lot of people just really truly believe that people get what they deserve in life, and if people are homeless, it's because of the choices that they made. And you know, you and I know that's not true.
Right.
Some people have no choice.
Yep.
Some people are born with nothing,
Right.
and people, you know, there are people, and then some of the people are people who we've sent to war. We don't have we don't have mental health facilities for many of the people, and we haven't invested in um we haven't invested in housing the way we should.
Right.
And so, so unfortunately a lot of people just they just want to think that people's problems are their own faults.
Right.
And you know we've we've got to get away from that thinking. It's
Yeah, I
just
know. Welcome
not
to
right
American rugged individualism.
for the poor.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But
Not
they
so
love
much
it.
for
They're
the
like, I'm a rugged individual while they're living in, their beat down trailer park with no running water. So
mm-hmm,
I know
mm-hmm.
it sucks.
But if you're rich, you can hire Milton Friedman, or you could have, to write a theory justifying anything that's going to make you more money.
Yep. And he's accredited and loved, and everybody will believe whatever he says. It doesn't have to go through any kind of peer review, just automatically accepted.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
He did a lot of damage to the economics profession.
yeah.
He's part of the reason why we think this way. Um, and
Is he still alive?
no, he died a few years. I think he maybe died like 6 or 7 years ago. I'm not sure,
Okay.
something like that. But yeah, he lived a long life. Did a lot of
Mhm.
damage.
All right.
Him and Mises.
I'm gonna have
Uh,
to look into
I
him some more and like come up with some really good like memes of like the ghost of Milton Friedman's past says he was wrong.
That's a great idea. I like that.
Yeah, we got to start something. I mean, the
I'm
man's dead
sorry.
now,
I'm
and
so
it's
sorry.
yeah, exactly. I'm on the other side now. I did not know what I did. I'm so sorry. Absolutely. I think that would work. He's dead now. It's not too soon. We can get away with it.
That's
Let's get
right. That's
let's
right.
get people to realize. I mean, that's the best way to get people to realize these kind of policies and fully understand
Mm-hmm.
uh what happened in the past to make us who we are now is
Mm-hmm.
this what I call culture clashing, is this
Yeah.
trying to take something, two completely opposite things, make them clash together and get people to understand like, oh, okay, I see. And by saying the ghost of his past is apologizing, people are going to be like, what is he apologizing for? Research this and find
Mm-hmm.
out, oh shit, okay, this is why. I think this is really good.
Jimmy, I just thought of something.
Okay.
It's almost Christmas.
I know, that's why I was thinking Ghost of Christmas Past, like a Scrooge thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
That would be
know.
great.
That would be so much fun. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, I've got enough time. There's like a month and a half. I'm good. We could
And
do
we got
this.
Amber too. Amber
Exactly.
can. So,
Yeah, exactly. She's our graphics lady. She could definitely do it. Let's see. John says they haven't even defined how a family should really live together. We get separated as adults. We get left alone in small groups. That's so true too.
mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. I think what it is like a lot of communities nowadays are just creating their own family types, because there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of generational trauma that people are trying to break.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to not be like their parents, having to relearn everything because a lot of people don't have the nuclear family anymore and don't want
Mm-hmm.
it anymore. So I think
Mm-hmm.
a lot of communities and a lot of families nowadays are trying to figure out how they want their own family to be like and what
Mm-hmm.
they feel accepted
Yeah.
as. And I think it's beautiful.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, a lot of fundamentalism in religion is so intolerant. And so there are many people who grow up in religious families that if they're just somehow different, you know their families can't handle it, and so they have to create their own families.
Yep.
So I mean, that is everyone who's religious, but I think the fundamentalism is really ramped up in my lifetime. Um, and there's really just a lot more intolerance than um, I recall as a child. So,
Yeah. And there's definitely different levels of Christianity too, and tolerance as well.
hmm
But yeah, definitely I've even in my own personal experience being raised religious and now trying to figure out how my family is because I am
hmm
different, you know. You don't see
right.
a lot of houses with like skeletons all over the place. So it's like trying to create your own family
hmm
style, you
Yeah,
know.
that's
Which I
right.
think
Yeah.
is really great. I love it. It's unique seeing everybody's different ways of living now. I
hmm
love it. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. Religion works for a lot of people.
Yes, it does.
Not everyone, but
No,
um, so, but what's bad is when religious is intolerant and it
yeah,
does the opposite of what it should do, teach people to love.
yeah, exactly. Oh, I so repeat that all the time. I'm like, all of you Christians who are living your life right now, being anti-abortion, anti-LGBTQ, like literally, if you asked what would Jesus do, he would totally be against all of you. So go ahead, keep living that. But they think they're right. So clearly, you're not from Seattle. I am definitely not from Seattle. What's up in Seattle, Washington?
I guess they might like skeletons.
Oh, okay, good, good, good.
So
Well,
anyway,
yeah, maybe like Louisiana or something. Don't they have like all that voodoo stuff out there
yeah,
too? So they do like
yeah,
some skeletons. So
yeah.
maybe I belong out there. And maybe I should be moving out there.
My daughter's like you. Halloween's her favorite holiday.
Yep.
So
Yep.
she's
I don't
not
even have to
intolerant.
decorate for Halloween. I'm just already decorated. So but
So
that's the greatness and the uniqueness of being families. It is the part that does suck about it is like, knowing when you were used to get things that you really enjoyed as a kid, it was really hard to get because capitalism wasn't fully unfettered yet. Everybody wasn't capable of making things that they are now. Like Disney just mass produces everything now. So back then, getting the things that you love was very hard to come by. And now you can just go to a regular store here in town or a 99-cent store and find, a Jack Skellington and a Sally,
mhm,
gloves or socks or something everywhere. So
mhm,
I don't like the fact that it's a lot easier to get everything that you want, but I do
mhm,
obviously as a millennial, as a person who loves vibes and showing the vibes that are my personality. That's a part that I do end up liking about
mhm,
capitalism was
mhm,
the easiness of finding things to where I can fill my own home with all of what I love instead
mhm,
of like having a live laugh love and
mhm.
or a
Yeah,
home
right.
is where the heart is pictures
Mhm.
that were only available at those times.
In the 70s, it was a little kitten hanging off a rope saying, "Hang in there."
Oh my gosh. That's right, that's right. Yeah, I love
Yeah,
having things. That's what I do love about that now is being able to have the
yeah,
things. Having the things, a total materialistic millennial, but
mhm,
I'll take
mhm.
it.
Well, capitalism has brought a lot to us, but it has to be controlled.
It does.
It
Absolutely.
has to be controlled, like
Yep.
every human activity.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
okay,
I never thought about that. Like we have as normal citizens have so many rules to where, we're very controlled. We have to be civilized, none of that illegal stuff. But in the capitalist, like higher up world, it's still the wild, wild west. If you think about it, they
yeah,
haven't really caught up to the rest of
yeah,
us.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. So, and especially capitalist finance.
yeah, exactly. Capitalist finance.
Yeah.
The more we have, the more spoiled we are. Exactly.
Yep, that's right. So, well, I should get
Absolutely.
going. Thank you
Okay.
very much for letting me spout off about
Yes.
Milton Friedman and
Yes.
Larry Fink and
Yep.
other
Thank you.
assorted things.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming by and answering questions and hanging out with me. Can't
Okay.
wait till you're back in 2 weeks.
Yep, I'll be back. And so please think of some questions
Yep.
and I'll be happy to try to answer them.
All right. Can we
And
find you anywhere yet? Or are you still off social
you
media?
know what? I'm sorry. I should have a. I'm sure. I got to talk to Shane and Johnny. They probably have one set up for me, and I probably haven't even looked at it yet.
Oh yeah,
So
the email. Okay. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Definitely I will keep my eye out and see if we can get you the email. That way people can get a hold of you. Still no social media though?
No, I think I'm going to try to stay off.
How has it been?
It's been great.
Has it? I don't know if I can handle real life.
Well, I'm a lot older than you, so
True.
I
Very
had a
true.
long time before it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll try like little bits throughout the day, get off of social media and listen. But yesterday I tried to, and I was sitting in my backyard just trying to enjoy the calm, nice quietness. And I hear my neighbor over here, who's this old guy, and he's blaring Katy Perry and throwing up over outside of his balcony because he got too drunk. So I was like, oh, this is real life. I'm going back onto YouTube. Like, fuck this.
Sounds like a good idea.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
I still miss Gator Chris.
Yeah. Right.
So
Exactly. All right.
anyway, well, take care.
Yes, you too. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a good weekend.
You too. Bye
All right,
bye.
bye. Do I gotta pop you out of here? There we go. Oh, look at that. She did it herself. Yay! Good job. All right, you guys. That was Sherry. I put the links in the live chat so you guys can check it out and read into it. Let me know if anybody has whatever I think it's the New York Times is what she was saying it is. So if anyone has that and can get in there, y'all can hook it up so I can download that PDF file. Definitely want to look into that some more. So that was Sherry. We'll get her, I think we're getting her set up with an email, like a work email here at KRTD soon. So that way we can email her questions if we have to. Obviously not on social media, lucky lady. So yeah. I don't know how she would do it. Like if even if I took off Facebook or deleted Facebook and Twitter, I'd still have Instagram, I'd still have TikTok, and I'd still have Reddit, and that's still bad. So I think I have way too many apps that there's just no way that I could ever not have them. I mean, I even watch Twitch. So even if I didn't have YouTube anymore, I could still watch Twitch or Rumble or Rockfin. I mean, not Rumble, Rockfin. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm too obsessed with social media sites. I don't think I could ever go off of them. Unless I'm camping. When I'm camping for like a couple of days, I usually don't even have service, so I just don't even check my phone, which is all right. I do miss it a little bit. Yeah, exactly. We are enslaved to social media. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, did you hear like TikTok? They were trying to find a way to stop TikTok or people from going on it or trying to buy TikTok to make it Americanized so that the Chinese government doesn't steal our data. Like too late, they already took it. What are you going to do? Like buy it off now and then whenever somebody new comes on, you won't allow China to have it because China's already got like a lot of people's data already. So, including mine. Yeah, exactly. It's the new normal. Right. So I didn't even realize I kind of did this. So it's kind of an interesting, cool coincidence that I was telling you guys earlier about the Bo Burnham thing, and I was telling her about that. So I wanted to play it because it was really good what he has to say about corporations and the need to grow in a finite world, like I was talking about earlier. And so this person says, wow, didn't know Bo Burnham was a real one, couldn't be more relevant. This was released, it looks like just a couple of days ago. And then there'll be like the whole video, which we can't watch. Like I said, we can't watch the whole video. We'll probably be able to watch it in pieces or something because it's a lot. There was a suicide warning on it, so we can't really watch it. We're gonna get in trouble. But I do want to watch this part. I thought this was really awesome. What he has to say here.
They're coming for every second of your life. That's what these companies are coming to. This company as well. And it's not because anyone is bad. It's not because anyone in this company has evil plans or is trying to do this. They're not even doing it consciously. It's because these companies like Twitter and YouTube and Instagram, everything, they went public and they went to shareholders. So they have to grow. Their entire models are based off of growth. They cannot stay stagnant. YouTube, Twitter grossed $4-5 billion last year. It is in the red. It is unprofitable. It has to get more of you. No matter how nice it's trying to be, it is all that they're trying to get more engagement from you. We used to colonize land. That was the thing you could expand into. And that's where money was to be made. We colonized the entire earth. There was no other place for the businesses and capitalism to expand into. And then they realized human attention. That we can now, they are now trying to colonize every minute of your life. That is what these people are trying to do. Every single free moment you have is a moment you could be looking at your phone and they could be gathering information to target ads at you. That's what's happening. So like as much as we can, you know, as have really good conversations and try to humanize the conversations, the like mechanism of the business is rolling towards that just because of the market. So like, it's coming. It's coming for every free second you have. And that's dark. That's really, really dark and scary. And for someone like me, I grew up a little bit on the internet. And I felt the repercussions of it. I suffer from anxiety. So I know where it leads. And I'm saying like, you don't want this. Trust me. Like you're not going to feel good about yourself. And you know it. The kids know it. Like the whole joke on the internet is everyone's like, this place sucks, right? I mean, like that's like kind of the thing. That's why their memes are all ironic and detached and self-referential and 12 layers deep because truth is completely dead to them and they know it. They look at the president, they look at the culture, they go, what the hell is this? They look at like Coca-Cola commercials that are winking at them and smiling and they go like, forget it, you know? So like, ugh, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Tell me that's not really fucking good. I mean, I agree with him. I mean, to a certain degree. I really I really appreciate having the internet because of the fact that you can reach and communicate and stuff. But yeah, no, ever since I really started getting deep into the internet constantly, it's definitely brought on a lot of anxieties and things that I never had before. I was always known as like a social butterfly, but now, I'll forget to even, or, get scared to call people back. So, definitely internet has done something, but how else are we supposed to, I wouldn't have met all of you people either as well. And plus I'm on social media right now, like literally using it. So, so yeah, definitely would be interesting to do a watch party on it. So that way we can watch the whole thing if you guys want to. I can even put it in the description or in the chat so you guys can see it. How did we live without the internet last century? Exactly. Well, I mean, I remember a little bit before the internet too. So, but then I also remember when the internet really came to regular people as well. And I did see a change in the people. I mean, there was in this video, the main video, there was a part that he was saying in here about yeah, see, look at this. Oh, wait, wrong one. Check this out. Like, this is why I can't watch this on here because I'm super scared. See, following content, self-harm topics. It's really scary. But what he was saying in here was something around the lines of like when social media first started and the internet really got big with the regular people, that a lot of people were starting to rate each other. Things are now nowadays how nowadays, like you're rated in school and your popularity by how many followers you have. And I remember when that first started was like right around, it was before MySpace, and there was this website, I think it was called like PickRave or something, pickrave.com, and you would get a point each month and you would give it to whoever you thought it was your favorite person on that site. And so like people would be getting all kinds of points, like thousands and stuff. And I remember me and my friend were sitting there competing on who could get the most points on that website. We'd always compete, we'd never get up to like the thousands or anything like some people did, but it was still that I felt like maybe that's where it got started on rating people, because then you got MySpace after that, where you would put your top, your top 10 friends or whatever, your top 9 friends. And so, if you weren't on that list, oh my gosh, that was a big thing. So I could see where the culture started of, however many followers on websites and social media sites you have is how popular you could possibly be in school. So, but then you also have to think like, internet is completely separated from real life. And once you're out of school, I guess it is still kind of a popularity contest, but in real life, the popularity contest doesn't matter. Like if you're walking down the street, most of the people, unless you're super famous, like a star, nobody's really going to know who you are. You're just a streamer, or you're just a content creator or an influencer. And so not everybody knows who you are, but on the internet, it's a whole nother deal. Now popularity is on the internet in this matrix world instead of in real life. Yeah, it's wild. Top 8. Yeah, I remember that. We used paper. Exactly. Burn books. Yeah. They had payphones on every corner. Superman broke them all. Hey, I've used payphones. All right. I remember payphones. Payphones. I kind of miss having payphones around, even though it sucked to pay. It was still like, I guess we have cell phones now, so it doesn't really matter. But, payphones are still cool. It's really interesting to see payphones sitting around now because they're like totally unusable. And kids are like, what are those? You're like, that's a payphone. Kids are like, what's a payphone? It's great. Yeah, the top 8. I'm trying to, man, I'm so scared of like showing him off in this video but I think is right here is where he talks about the social media and the points and the popularity.
A number attached to exactly how.
Yeah, this is it.
Liked you, like
of the technology, but is that what you were going for? Is that what you were wanting to get across?
Yeah, I mean, like this, like being a kid doesn't change. You know what I mean? Like your body's still exploding and your mind is mashed potatoes and all that stuff. So like that doesn't really change that much. It's just I think the degree to which these things are felt changes a little bit. Everyone was worried about fitting in. Everyone was worried about how they were being perceived by others. Your social life didn't used to follow you home. You used to have an escape from that. You also didn't have a number attached to exactly how much people liked you. Like you actually.
That's a hard thing for my kid to understand. That's a big a difference that I noticed between my kid and I is the fact that she feels like when she goes home, her friends at school are still a part of her life. They're still there, which was a lot different for me back when I was going to school because we didn't, I didn't have a cell phone in high school or junior high or anything like that. So when I went home from school, it was a completely separate life than what I went to school with. Like if I had a boyfriend at school, there was nothing really going on after school, maybe a phone call a week or something like that. I completely separated my home life from my school life. But these kids now, they've meshed it all together. It's all a part of all of that. There's that super, like, it's just, they're a part of their life now. And it's interesting, the non-separateness nowadays.
Quantifiable how approved you are by your peers. You can rank order the entire class of a high school by popularity, literally. And then there's a sort of other less tangible aspect to social media and the internet that we wanted to talk about, which it's hard to it's actually hard to talk about. It's easier to just portray, which is what it feels like to be on the internet subjectively. We didn't want to make a TED Talk. We wanted to make an experiential film, and the choice all of us have at the end of the day, not just kids, but of course it's more vulnerable for kids because their minds are still growing. At the end of the day, you have a choice in your bed at night between all of the information in the history of the world or the back of your eyelids. And that's a crazy, crazy binary to be choosing the entire time, and it's like we're hyper connected and we're lonely, we're overstimulated and we're numb, we're objectifying ourselves and we're expressing ourselves.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine all of that as a child developing. That seems like it's a lot to deal with, especially when you're trying to understand the world, as a child, as a teenager, and then out as you're, away from your parents' rule. and out into the open world as yourself. That's a lot of things to comprehend that a lot of us older people didn't really have to deal with a lot. I mean, even even when I first got cell phones, you were only allowed to talk so much because you were charged, per minute and per text. So the whole cell phone being, attached to my hip and being a part of me didn't even really hit me until the mid 2010s, at least for me personally. I know a lot of people were already, deep dived into it and stuff back then, before then, but I couldn't imagine, having to deal with your personal things outside of your control with your personal life experience in the world, understanding the world, uh, trying to figure out the world in your life, combined with the two, while also having this object in your hand that can literally give you every answer to everything that you could ever imagine. And what does your brain do during that time? Like, how does your brain process that? How does it mess with the ego as well, the whole psychological social part of it too. So right, because it was free. Remember free nights and weekends? Yeah, we can only talk after 9 p.m. I fucking remember that shit, man. You haven't had a cell for years now? Jeez. I think just I'd say within the last 7 years is when I really got deep diving into the internet and what it could really offer me. And before then, I was into the internet and all of that stuff, but not as much social media. It was more like sitting on Reddit and learning things, or understanding the dark. I delved into the dark web to see what that was about. I mean, only dipped my toe in. I never went into there and talked or anything. I just lurked, but because that shit's scary. But yeah, no, now just within the last 7 years or so is when I really started getting into like the internet and what it could offer me and the intelligence that it has and the information that it has for people. So definitely couldn't go without a cell phone now. I'm definitely a part of the Bo Burnham, what he's saying. So yeah, definitely lucky. Saving a lot of money, yeah, for sure. I got kids too, so that goes along with the cell phone bill payment too.
Things exist together, and the sound of a phone dropping is maybe the most terrifying sound any of us could hear. Is it okay? Yeah, and as far as the clip goes, it was something I had noticed in feeling as close to people 10 years older than me than I did people 2 years younger than me. And the sort of generational signifiers are now becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. It used to be like, ooh, I had an 8-track and my father had vinyl. You know what I mean? Those were like 15 years apart. And now those generational sort of tent poles are happening every 6 months. It's very, very, very different to have something like Snapchat than YouTube. And these are all owned by the same company that YouTube owns. But I'm from YouTube, so I feel like I can talk about it, which is like, why do you think Snapchat exists? Why do you think they would make a company for 13-year-olds where a photo disappears after 24 hours? Why do you think kids would want to use that? I've been to Silicon Valley. I've met these. They're buildings full of 300 people who are all employed to give children what they want, not what they need. The base interests of children's wants. Because before, you wanted to get to a kid, you had to appeal to their parents, because their parents would turn the television off. So if you wanted to make a program for a kid, it had to appeal to their parents, because their parents were in control of the media they consumed. The kids have direct access to it now, so it doesn't matter. And there's an entire dialogue happening between these tech companies and kids that parents are completely unaware of, and entire companies and apps evolving and changing based on a complete dialogue with kids like ids. It's wild, 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 wild stuff. But we're here in Chelsea Market and we're thrilled.
You brought it up.
So that's that little part. About the point system, and yeah, I agree with him. I'm definitely right there with him as well on that. Let's see if he says anything else good.
I do think the responsibility, the tech companies have a huge responsibility. I mean, that is, I look at parents, I look at kids, I look at teachers, and having met a lot over the course of this film, and I'm like, you are trying your best. I mean, you are really trying your best here. And it's the tech companies that need to step up, I think. Diversifying tech would help, one, to have diverse amount of opinion making, because they are making decisions about the neurochemistry of an entire generation. And it's 9 dudes in Silicon Valley, 5 of them putting their hands up, and then every kid's brain changes. If you ever met these people, you know, like programmers aren't the most socially genius people in the world. I don't know if you've met any of them, but like to actually get some women and some just people in the humanities in tech is absolutely essential. But to know the power of these things, but our impulse with the movie, and I think the conversation to try to make it accessible to kids, it's not finger wagging, and for someone like me, I grew up a little bit on the internet. And I felt the repercussions of it. I suffer from anxiety.
Okay, so this is the part that we watched.
Really, just my panic attacks and trying to describe them. So I know where it leads, and I'm saying, like, you don't want this. Trust me. Like, you're not going to feel good about yourself, and you know it. The kids know it. Like, the whole joke on the internet is everyone's like, "This place sucks," right? I mean, like, that's like kind of the thing. So yeah.
And isn't that the thing that they are they are using it less in a way, but yet using it much more than we ever would have?
Well, yeah, there's the false thing to me that like it's going to be cyclical, and all these kids are going to unplug one day, and it's like not everything's cyclical. You know what I mean? Sometimes the Model T shows up, and then there are no more horses. Like so, like
we're here.
Yeah,
like, this is happening.
Yeah,
I have to disagree. I think that mostly women in their 50s to 70s are actually the meanest on the internet. Perhaps that's just to me. No, I wrote an entire chapter. I like my husband loves you. And then
This poor girl's probably dealt with some shit. I've seen her. I think she's like a news lady or something. So yeah, I thought that was really interesting to kind of go with, like, the whole what Sherry was talking about, how the internet, or I mean the companies only care about shareholders, the constant expansion, what it does, and then having Bo Burnham talking about what, it seems like to me, kind of Bo Burnham kind of answered the question, like, we've colonized pretty much all the land, we've hit that finite spot to where we can't, like, companies can't grow anymore when it comes to building, I guess. I mean, they could start building up, but now it's, they've switched their attention to how can we keep people's attention? How can we take over their time? And that kind of helps them grow, because if you think about it, clicks, view time on these sites is what makes them the income, the revenue. So the longer you're on, the more they make. Even everything is like that. So it seems like, yeah, they want our time. Obviously, because that's what this generation culturally thinks nowadays too. So teen girls are mean as hell. No, they're not too bad. I mean, yeah, my teenage daughters are fucking mean, but I'm pretty good with handling teenage girls. Teenage girls and like Gen Z dudes. I'm really good with them. Those tech people are working on algorithms and machine learning to get us more addicted and predict our behaviors. Absolutely. And that's pretty much what Bo Burnham said in a different way. But yeah, trying to, grab our attention and our time, because that makes them more money. So yeah, we are the product. Exactly. Yeah, the gamification of social behavior. Exactly. So I thought that was really cool. I want to again thank Sherry for coming into the show today and talking with us about all of this. Definitely educational. Can't wait to clip it up later. It's going to be a good one. It's like an hour and a half long, but it's so good. So I'm really happy that she came in. If you guys have any questions for her, you can reach out to me and I can set up some questions. She will be back in 2 weeks, 2 Fridays from now. So that would be, what would be the date for that? That would be the 18th. So November the 18th is when she's going to come back. So if you have any questions that you want her to answer about anything, just let me know. If she doesn't know, if the earlier we get the questions, the better and the easier it's going to be to be able to prepare the answers and get everything that we need for it. Cat. Oh my gosh. You're literally tearing up that whole area so you can grab your toy. I love him. He's so cute. So that's on that one. I figured we can check out Jose Vega, which was a really good thing, awesome thing that he did. Obviously treated like crap again. So there's been just these constant stream of people through this guy, of anti-war protesters going to, rallies and town halls and speech areas of these politicians and higher up people, pretty much politicians and higher ups and committee members, and telling them to be anti-war. It really upsets me to see what they're doing, like the rest of the crowd does, but it's good to see that these guys are out there at least doing something. I mean, obviously they're not getting arrested for it like what happened in like World War II, but at least they're out there doing it. So Jose Vega put up a tweet saying Ben Smith and him confronted Mike Pompeo on his insane foreign policy decision as Secretary of State. He's responsible for the deaths of thousands and a big part in why we're in the situation we're in today. And then watch him lie to us. Very interesting. I'm going to make this big so we can watch it. And here we go.
Worst Secretary of State in history.
Yeah, and you're right. You are the worst Secretary of State in history. Why don't you tell us about the fact that you lied and stole? The policies that you implemented, you were Secretary of State. They're a reason that we're currently headed towards a nuclear war with Russia and China. You distinguish yourself from people like Obama, but the two parties, they are the war party. And you are a courageous maniac who has led us towards war. Talk to us why you killed Soleimani. Why'd you kill him? You that could have led us to another third world war. You are the embodiment of evil, and you should be in jail for what you did to Julian Assange. For all the dead children in Syria and in the Middle East, you should be in jail, and you should apologize for what you've done. Will you apologize, yes or no? You are the reason we are in this mess. 5 years ago. Go ahead, answer. Apologize.
I have to admit really quick, since we're halfway through, that they are really, really getting good with the words that they're starting to use. I remember Jose saying something about we need to help people out with what they're saying so that way they can make a bigger impact. And damn, man, he works quick. These guys are really doing a good job with the words. You can tell that they're really striking a nerve in the people in the audience because of the constant booing. They're trying to overpower what he's saying because they don't want anybody to hear anything that they're saying. But they're definitely coming out with some really good talking points in this one right here. So good job on Jose for teaching them what to say, and especially with him going up there as well and saying things too, because he's the guy with the words. So
You killed
please show me somewhere in this audience where anybody but Jose Vega and his friends, anybody else in this audience under the age of fucking 60. I cannot believe this shit, man. These old ass boomers with their war mentality, loving on Pompeo like he's some kind of like war hero or something. It's disgusting. Gross. Yeah, Mike Pompeius asshole. Yeah, Miguel. They're fucking fire with their words. I mean, because when they were doing it with Tulsi, or not with Tulsi, with AOC at the beginning, those couple of ones, the verbiage was a little bit off to where people could assume that they were Trump supporters or Republicans, you know, things like that. And so what he did with this, which I think is very, very, very smart of him and super intelligent, was saying that there's no difference with him and Obama. There's no difference with him and Bush, to show that he is anti both parties and that there is no difference between the two. So this is what I was talking about. The verbiage is getting so good to where now if Pompeo goes out and says something about this, what is he going to say? That this is some Trump supporter because he, you know, or some Republican, because he said Bush too as well. So he's excluding the ability, or the even the ability for Pompeo and those people to assume that he is one party or the other, because he's doing it's so genius, so smart of him.
Are those the same lives that we sacrificed? You killed Allende across Vietnam. Your policies have killed it, not you.
Also, another one too that I really, really like that they did is one right after another. Like that first guy, when he segued into it, you know, agreeing with him on something that he said negatively about himself, the segue into starting it, and then the 3 times repeating right after each other. You put one gets pulled out, another one starts. That gets pulled out, another one starts. The strategy on this is beautiful. Oh my gosh. This is a way to do it. Like if we're going to continue doing it, this has got to be the way. And we need to have more people than just the 3. There's got to be 15 people in there. Just fucking wreck the whole speech thing. This is amazing. Yeah, that he can't accuse him of being any particular party. Yeah, great strategy. The one right after the next. I mean, this Jose guy has got it down. I'm super, man, this guy's like a hero right now. And I don't want to like idolize any single person, but he's doing the deed, and it's amazing.
But the American state you serve. You are the deep state that Donald Trump was trying to purge. That's you. Shut up. You are the swamp monster. That's who you are. You are destroying this country. Military spending is destroying this country.
So that's them. Like I said, great strategy. I wish there was more people. If this starts getting out even more, I think this would be great. That way more people can be a part of it, and actually, you know, something could be done. Definitely the people in the audience felt like they were okay to tell him to shut up, which is ridiculous. I would have smacked a bitch, but but it's still really, really good. So let's see, what did he post up? George Bush was called out during speaking engagement by Iraq War veteran Mike Preisner in Beverly Hills. People are not remaining silent. Well, this is in 2021. How to call out a bloody, thirsty tyrant like Pompeo, but your intervention really inspired me. Oh, so this is the intervention that inspired him to do what he did. Let's check this out.
When are you going to apologize for the million Iraqis that are dead because you lied? You lied about weapons of mass destruction. You lied about connections to 9/11. You lied about Iraq being a threat. You sent me to Iraq. You sent me to Iraq in 2003.
I was going to say, I think I've seen this video before. Isn't this guy a veteran that goes out and does all this stuff and talks about how horrible the 20-year war was? So I think I've seen this before.
My friends are dead. Joshua Castile. You killed people. You lied. You lied about WMD. A million Iraqis are dead because you lied. My friends are dead because you lied. You need to apologize. Apologize. Mr. Bush, when are you?
I'm so excited that he took this guy as an inspiration. That's fucking amazing. That's right. Because I do remember this video, and man, I wish a lot when I first saw this video, I wish a lot more people had talked about this at the time. This is when I really started feeling really bad for veterans and learning a lot about the suffering of the veterans and what they're having to deal with. Oh, is it? It's Abby Martin's husband? Good to know. I had no fucking idea. Tells you how much I pay attention to things and personal people's lives. uh 5 years ago, Trump asked Pompeo to sit down. Benny had the proof that Russia, blah, blah. Okay. Let's see more replies. Yeah, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of protests. I've seen him before in different things. I just had no idea that he was married to Abby Martin. That's interesting. See, yeah, I had no fucking clue either. What? That's so cool. Makes me want to watch her more now in case she ever brings her husband on, because he's one of those guys that you see doing things and then he just goes away for a while until the next thing pops up, and I don't hear about him because I remember that video. I remember him, but like, where is he? What is he doing? If if his wife is out doing shit, then we probably can hear about what he's doing too. And I pay attention to her. So that's interesting. And there's all of our buddies right here. Warren says the people being booed sounds like sick cows. Fucking Warren. I love him. We'll heart that one. Willie Bragg says that was 100% fucking based. We need more action like this. All the neocons of both parties need to be made to feel uncomfortable. My day just got better watching this video. 1 million thanks. Absolutely, Willie. I agree completely. Great job, Ryan Clark says. I love this little one right here because this one, definitely a free Assange person, said that he spied, lied, cheated, and stole. They're coming for you now, Pompeo. The truth shall prevail. I remember the speech of him saying that we lied, we cheated, we stole. I absolutely remember that video. I wish I can. I wonder if like there's a way I can find it. Pompeo lied, cheated, stole. Ah, look at me. I'm telling you guys. I got that the female DNA has FBI in it. We can find anything.
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
Man, that's what's gross is like right there where it says eliminating communism, because man, when I was helping my daughter doing her government and econ for her senior year last year, that's what I remember a lot of, like in the history, because I was also doing history with her too. And I just remember a lot of things in history, especially within the last at least, like 70 years or so, was always about fighting communism. And it's like everything was faced to look like fighting communism when it's really our imperialism and expanding, colonialism and shit like that into other countries, making it look like we were fighting communism. And I just noticed that it was a lot of that. And it really upsets me to see that, like, still in 2022, people are still thinking that. And it's so fucking gross. I never realized how much Pompeo looked like Netanyahu. Does he really? Wait, Netanyahu. Let's see, images. Here, let's finish watching this and then I'll look up a picture of Benjamin Netanyahu and Mike Pompeo. Okay, so I pulled up the pictures and I think I agree with you. So there's Benjamin Netanyahu and there's Mike Pompeo. I mean, I can see it, definitely see the similarities. What's up with his hair? It just got like this N shape or like a cursive R. It is. It's like a cursive R. Yeah, no, I can see it. He's like a chubby version of Benjamin Netanyahu. But yeah, no, you're right, Go Start. Benjamin Netanyahu is back. Apparently he did win, or I think he is winning. That's what at least it's saying. Yeah, Israeli PM congratulates Netanyahu on the win. Israel Prime Minister congratulates Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, it looks like he's back, which obviously there's not going to be, too much change in the system over there. Nothing really changes anyway. It's not like they had too many good options. It was like center right wing versus extreme right wing. So, and from what I've been hearing recently too, that, there's still a lot of racism in the people out there as well too. I heard that they use the N word with a hard R out there, like it's just culturally normal to use out there. So there's still a lot of growing that society needs to do. And especially with the way that they're treating Palestinians, it's not like they're learning their lessons or wanting to kind of make anything better anyway. So they're going to constantly have this guy coming in and out because they're comfortable with the way that they are. So probably afraid of change. But yeah, he's back in action. What's funny is like I have not been really paying attention to Israel too much except for what's going on with the Palestinians. So when I heard that he was back the other day or that he could be winning, I didn't even know that he got voted out. So I was completely opposite. I had no idea that he was gone. I still, because he was always still all over the news and people still talked about him and stuff like that, that I for some reason thought that he was still in office. So I didn't even know he got voted out. Because nothing's even changed, even with whoever was the prime minister before whoever Bibi got, or whoever Benjamin replaced this in the last 24 hours. Nothing has changed over there anyway. So what's different, But yeah, that's the whole Jose Vega Mike Pompeo thing. This person said, who the heck goes to see Mike Pompeo? Jose says me, and it was awful. That's so cool of him. Good job. Definitely awesome work. I'm super stoked that they did that, and I can't wait to see if any more happens. That's going to be perfecto. So
Hello, everyone.
I'm just gonna go through one video of what this happened or what happened, because he pretty much does a lot of stuff on the or brings up a lot of the Twitter stuff. Wait, BB's cartoon bombs, a classic. Nice. I'd have to see that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Maybe I have and I just don't know it's titled that. I'll have to see it. So I'm going to watch this one video on it because he does bring up all the Twitter stuff about it. So it just kind of, combining everything into one place. But this one guy here, his name is Noah Place, is talking about this Starbucks barista who cried because there wasn't enough people working and there was too many customers, just, not enough workers, demand too high. And so what happened with the whole situation? It says bootlicking ensues. I just know that this barista was crying, and I think that's as far as I watched. So we're going to be learning about it together. But it does say here, if you are into spoilers, which I always love spoilers, a college kid Starbucks worker gets epically defended and empathized with by chill normal guy. I don't know economics, so if someone would like to elaborate on the union stuff, please do in the comments. Let's unlearn my bad economics. Sounds like we're going to be teaching this guy. This is going to be interesting. All right. Well, then let's do that. Let's teach this guy economics.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Noah Place. It's the place where you can find Noah, who is
I guess I can like skip through that part. There we go.
viral a couple days ago from a barista named Evan. So I want to play a little bit of it now for you. Thank you.
People wonder why we need a union at Starbucks, and I am literally about to quit. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do it, but like, I really want to. I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just, I'm like a full-time student. I get scheduled for 25 hours a week, and then on weekends they schedule me the entire day, open to close. I'm on the schedule for 8.5 hours, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm like 3.5 hours into my shift. There's so many customers, and we have 4 people on the floor all day. Only 5 people were put on the schedule, and somebody had to call out. And there are 4 people running the whole store, and there's so many customers, and there's possibly scheduled 5 people. We only have 13 people employed at this store, and there's so many customers. And they
So clearly Evan here is just not having a great day at all. In the video, he talks about how he's a full-time student and how he feels very overworked and the Starbucks is understaffed and the management is being very shitty.
We don't have fair scheduling. Managers don't care about us. Our manager was supposed to come in this weekend, and he took himself off the schedule, so he wouldn't be able to be held accountable for calling out. He just literally tore down the schedule that he was scheduled on and put up a new schedule where he wasn't on the schedule. Also, he couldn't have even seen that he was scheduled in the first place because he didn't want to be held accountable for not wanting to come in. They don't want to help us.
And also that due to the overwhelming amount of like mobile orders, customers end up yelling at him all day.
We need managers to hold themselves accountable for helping their workers. They refuse to turn mobile orders off. We need the liberty to be able to do that because there's so many mobile orders and I need to get through all of them. And then people are yelling at me because I don't have their orders ready. They don't know what to do.
If you've worked as a barista, maybe this is perhaps something you have experienced yourself. I haven't personally. I've worked in customer service as a pizza boy, but did not get any yelling. Regardless, I feel for this guy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I've done like fast food and stuff, like customer service, restaurant work, fast foods, things like that. Gas station employee, things like that. So I completely understand what this person is talking about and what this person is going through. And it's really, really upsetting to see the lack of care in managers and the employers to these people who are definitely being overworked. I mean, even that guy on the weekends having to work 8.5 hours. I mean, is he getting overtime for that extra half an hour? Probably not. So really sad.
Oh, it sounds like a shitty day. But the conservative media decided to make his day markedly shittier by going after him real good. The place that I originally saw the tweet was on the Twitter account of Sebastian Gorka, the former deputy assistant to the president, to Trump, and man with quite literally the largest head I've ever seen, Shadow Realm Hassan Piker. But on his Twitter, the video had 7 million views and 15,000 quote tweets, and the replies are about as you'd expect. I feel sorry for this generation. We worked 70 to 80 hours a week. We didn't break. We buckled down and did it. We did our crying over a drink and then got back to work the next day for however long it took. We've raised a generation of quieters and moaners. This is just a typical boomer bootlicker sort of take. Back in my day,
Yep, exactly. That should not be the base expectation of a human existence at all. It's disgusting. So what? You pulled yourself up by your bootstraps and did it. How's your mental health now, dude? I bet it's not that great.
We didn't have a damn school bus. We just walked our way to school, put on our boots, walked out in the snow, and took a gun and shot ourselves in the face every morning. Back in my day, we didn't have all this iPhone crap. We'd use horse and buggy. Horse and buggy. Horse and buggy. Also love just slipping in the casual. We were alcoholics, actually. We had to resort to alcoholism to make it through our working life. And actually, that was good. It's good to have that. be a thing. The other type of reply was sort of a modern day iteration on the boomer bootlicking. Currently my face while watching this in the middle of my third 16-hour nursing shift. There's so many things that are just wrong and cringe and dumb about this. But the first one is, this is like not a flex at all. Yeah, I actually hate my life. So, and I make it worse actively by celebrating the way my life is set up. Where 15 hours into my shift, I'm so exhausted that I'm constantly slipping and falling and breaking both my legs. This happens every shift. I break my legs, then I mend them because I'm a nurse, and I break them again. And I like this setup a lot. The third type of reply here, and probably the worst one, is the conservative media figure Peanut Gallery, where from the cushy confines of their studio sets, they shit on this worker for basically, you know, having trouble doing wage slavery. People like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles.
A Starbucks employee has gone viral for whining in the back room about how tough the job is.
People wonder.
Editor, are you good?
Yeah, Les Bones. I saw that too. I just didn't know how I was going to be able to cover that in a decent amount of time without it being like just a 2-minute clip or something. But yeah, no, I heard about that as well, which is really upsetting. Just finding out that you are and then having to lose it already automatically. It's really upsetting. But, you know, I haven't even heard what she has to say about it. If she's, you know, like if she even wanted it or not, you know, if it was something that she'd even tried for, if she was, you know, wanting to try for. So I don't know. I just know that it happened. I just don't know how I'm going to talk about it. And if it would even give me enough time to clip up for, you know, release later. So that's why I haven't really talked about it too much or haven't brought it back up again. But yeah, no, I did hear about that.
Good. You want to hold that shot a little bit longer?
Ever since he brought up the issue of misgendering, I actually don't know. I don't know what gender he is. So I'll use he, which is the gender neutral singular pronoun.
What? Even the most bigoted of you lot know that he is not a gender neutral pronoun. That's why you're constantly using it to degrade trans women, you know? This guy looks like an Attack on Titan character, man.
He's very upset because
Marjorie Taylor Greene, but in a dude version. Did you see the Attack on Titan photo? It's G right there. Look at that. It looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but in a dark-haired boy version. Oh, God. Good job on that, dude. That was wild.
he's very upset because he has to work sometimes 25 hours a week. Sometimes he has to work a full shift being 8.5 hours. How many people only work 8 hours a day?
Notably absent from most of these videos is them mentioning the fact that Evan is like a full-time student. So those 25 hours are added on top of, I don't know how many hours being a full-time college student is. It's a lot. But again, of course, this generation and all these woke,
these weepy baristas, they'd prefer if Starbucks had no customers.
What is this little thing in the back? I don't like it. Very scary. Very
why does he have a doll of himself in a baby diaper? Like infantilism? Are you trying like some like chomo shit, like pedo shit? I don't understand what the whole point of this thing right here is. It's pretty gross, pretty weird, dude.
To get paid by Starbucks. In fact, they want to get paid a lot more by Starbucks. And yet they also want Starbucks to get much less business or no business at all. Pay me more to do less, they demand. This is their bargaining strategy. Offer to do less work, and in exchange for that concession, request more money.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is that Starbucks can afford it. They can afford to make that happen. Walsh rather weirdly brings up the conversation about unionization. I'm going to play that clip now. It's very weird.
Now, at some Starbucks locations across the country, baristas have unionized around these demands. There's a growing organized labor movement at Starbucks. As of the beginning of October, over 300 locations had held union elections. Purely by coincidence, I'm sure some of the unionized stores were subsequently closed down by corporate headquarters. So they unionize, and then Starbucks says, never mind, you're closed. Union members allege that this was an act of retaliation. Starbucks corporate denies the claim. I have no opinion either way. Personally, I don't know. All that I'll say personally is that it is, as always, greatly enjoyable to watch a woke corporation get eaten alive by its own woke employees.
This is so fucking funny. It's so good. Woke corporations just love union busting and labor law violations.
In the last few months, there have been at least 63 different allegations made by employees of Starbucks, which contend the company has engaged in illegal activity against them. These unfair labor practice charges, which have been filed with the National Labor Relations Board, span across the entire country, from Buffalo to Seattle and everywhere in between.
Woke corporation get eaten alive by its own woke employees.
I think the worst of the bunch here might have to be from this random reactionary YouTuber, It's a Gundam. Never heard of him, but this video got about 200,000 views. So
this Starbucks barista is breaking down, filming themselves as if they're hiding from the Gestapo in World War II. Okay, you just can't wrap your head around it. This is the sort of a mission you'd expect from somebody who's in the middle of a war and they don't know they'll live. But the thing is, it's an American making coffee. This is why the rest of the world thinks we suck.
People wonder.
But for that person, it is a really hard situation. We were just talking about this yesterday. We're in 2022. Men don't need to go out and hunt and gather. You don't live your life in fear of dying every day. You just live your life. And when you are not even able to eat or survive and you're being overworked, yeah, you're gonna get pissed off. You're gonna get mad because at least the basic needs are met to where you don't have to live in fear of death every day for a bear coming and mauling you, or having to die in a hunt, or going out colonizing land and not sure if you're going to be back, or taking a boat across the sea and not sure if you're going to be back. That's not the world anymore. So, and it hasn't been the world anymore, and we have generations of it not being like that. So this is what these people are born with and are used to. So then when all those fears and all those things go away, evolution of the mind happens with that. The next start of the fears go away, just the basic necessities of needing to survive. You still have that fear of not surviving and not living, but it's because of the fact, instead of going out and hunting and stuff like that, which we used to do, it's being paid to afford it now. And that's where the change is, and that's how generations think. So yes, of course, this person is still having that animal instinctual fear that has been ingrained into our DNA for thousands of years, but now it's dealt with in industrial society instead of the way that it used to be. So this person is actually legit for thinking the way they're thinking. It's just whoever this cartoon loser is thinking of it still in the old ways, as if this kid is going to war and he's not going to live. In his own mind, he probably isn't going to survive because he's not being paid enough to be able to survive, but then being worked fucking crazily and not even being cared for. So it's just a little bit of empathy.
Or why we need a union at Starbucks. And I am literally about to quit.
Tell us what's wrong, little Evan. Surely a union will solve all these issues.
I mean, they'll maybe solve some of them, right? That's the whole point of unionizing, trying to get better rights for the workers. But I guess if we can't get them all at once and immediately, then we should just accept Starbucks doing what they do. So yeah, sure.
And then on weekends, they schedule me the entire day, open to close. I'm on the schedule for 8.5 hours.
Oh my God. This is a full-grown adult on the verge of tears.
This is so crazy that they use this.
It is so cringy the way that Republicans and conservatives always use this screaming person who was sad that Hillary lost as the face for us, extra progressives that want the betterment for ourselves and society and shit. This is the woke culture visual, is that woman screaming for when Hillary lost. I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Image still. They still do, the anti-SJW guys. I think it's almost been 10 years now. So, okay, but this guy then goes on to compare his own work schedule with Evan's and say, you wouldn't be able to handle my work schedule.
They make me work full-time on the weekends. All right. 8 hours a day. Oh my God. Say this person would be on watch if they were on my schedule. because it begins when I wake up and it ends till I go to sleep. And there are occasions where I don't sleep for 24 hours. You little cream puff.
He's a YouTuber. He is a YouTuber and he does YouTube for a living. I do that too. And I will tell you right now, it is not anywhere near as emotionally or physically taxing as being a barista. Like, yeah, I'm filming right now. It's 3:37 a.m. But I also don't have entitled freaks yelling at me all day for $15 an hour. He also on multiple occasions makes these comparisons with like war, which is the funniest thing ever.
Filming themselves as if they're hiding from the Gestapo in World War II. For God's sakes, you're making coffee, not digging up trenches or looking for landmines behind enemy lines.
Kids these days never want to go to war, you know? They don't want to work hard like me, who is a YouTuber, who goes to war every day with my crazy sleep schedule and my work from home internet. It's slow Wi-Fi. Basically, we can kind of get the sense that all these people don't really give a fuck about service workers. It's just okay to project that outwardly when there's a video of someone who's crying after having a bad day. That's like content farm city for them. If we want to talk about entitlement here, I think a perfect example of some insane type of entitlement is deliberately misgendering someone because your coffee is like 34 seconds late.
And a customer was misgendering me today, like really badly. I didn't have their order ready. And so they were just like talking to each other. And they're like, she's clearly incompetent. I have a full mustache and beard. What the fuck?
Like, that is fucking insane. These guys, in their quest to dunk on the entitled worker, are totally ignoring the dynamic between the corporation that makes billions of dollars and the customer that overpays for coffee and throws fits and does mini hate crimes when they don't get what they want immediately. And so all of this amounts to basically the trolley.
That's one big part that pisses me off about customer service, like going to restaurants or working in restaurants or any kind of customer service places, those rude mean customers that are really mean to someone. Oh man. Like those Karens that are like, take this food back. It's not what I ordered. And it's like, why are you putting the blame on the service people? Like, I get really upset when I see people getting mad at the service workers when it's not really, they're just getting paid minimum wage. Like, it's not their fault. Like when people go to like stores and return items and then the person's like, well, I can't return it because of company policy, you broke the seal or something, and they get all pissed off. Like, why are you getting mad at this person? It's literally them just following company policy, and they can't do anything special for you because they would get in trouble themselves. And you're like wanting to ruin their entire lives just so you can get what you want. I hate those kind of customers. Yeah, exactly. Make your own fucking coffee, shit lib. Exactly. Man, these people, the way that they treat the service workers is insane to me. Wonder if he has an only 70s fans page.
Problem, right? Except on one of the tracks is a bunch of people who are the workers in this situation, and the other track has nothing on it, or the extra billions of dollars that Starbucks makes to please its shareholders that could be somehow utilized to just give people better working conditions. I'm not an economics guy whatsoever, but if you can pay people more, generally speaking, you're going to be able to hire more people because they'll want to work, because you can pay them more and give them more reasonable hours and things like that. I don't know. It seems crazy. But anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about today. I hope you enjoyed the video from Noah Place.
I agree. Just pay them more and they would be more than willing to do more for you. The cost of living has extremely gone up. And hourly wage has not gone up with it at all. I mean, they're saying like in California, just to survive, you got to make like minimum $32 an hour. Minimum wage out here is $9, I believe, or something like that. So it's not even close. It's wild. It's really sad what happened. And the way that he was, this barista was treated by, the conservatives. Back in the day, the conservatives were pro-union. Well, at least the Republicans were. And then it just switched. But now even Democrats, sorry, baby, I didn't know you were wanting to come up here. Even Democrats now are, not really pro-union. Look at the way AOC did with the Amazon workers. So she didn't even offer help or solidarity until like a day before. So yeah, it sucks the way that they're being treated and the way that people are being treated. I can't believe that That poor guy was in the customers treating him like that. It just sucks. Humans suck. So, fun fact, people born in 1961 are 61 years old. Oh, yeah? I don't like to believe those kind of things off the bat. You're going to have to make me look up a calendar or something. What else do I have? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, when was this? Like a couple of days ago, I believe, or within the last couple of days. What's his name? Russian UN Representative Polyansky went on to Tara Reid's show. I know, honey. She's shivering. I just turned the heater on, so hopefully she'll warm up a bit. Went on to Tara Reid's show and started talking about some really good stuff. There's like a whole thread of them here. And I thought it was really interesting. So I thought we could probably go through these three, watch them, and then maybe go over a little bit of the interview that they did. But this might be enough. I'm not sure. But so in here it says, he says, it's ridiculous to see how the U.S. and its allies are trying to preserve its superiority and remain on top of the world, denying everybody else in Africa, Latin America, and Asia the right to develop the way they want and to have their say or to have their share of prosperity. So American colonialization. Man, I didn't realize like how similar all the topics today were going to be about. American imperialism and colonialization, the fact that they have to colonize the mindset and how corrupt America is. Man, today's good. I did good on myself today. Here we go.
How the United States and its allies are trying to preserve its superiority and to remain on top of the world, denying everybody else in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, the right to develop the way they want and to have their own share of prosperity and resources. Of course, this system should change, and it's inevitable. If the United States sticks to this Pax Americana, this will be a tragedy for everybody, because everybody understands that this world is something of the past. We need to go somewhere else. Our position is that there is a multipolar world coming. We see several polars apart from the United States and ourselves. So we see China, we see India, we see Brazil, many other countries. It's not that this is a selective club. It's the reality, the objective reality, that decisions in the world should be taken in this college of countries that have influence and have resources and have capacities to influence real international processes. In many ways, United States no longer has these capacities and these possibilities. And this is the fact of life, whether they like it in Washington or not. And the sooner people and politicians in Western countries recognize this, the better for everybody.
I agree. Completely agree. Sorry, I was like listening and then I got sidetracked because there's like a light shining on my window over here and it's going onto my wall over here. So I saw like this bouncing light and I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, it might be the trees. I don't know. Let's watch the second one of this. Come on. Sheesh. Okay.
There shouldn't be any doubts in the fact that nobody in Russia wants a nuclear war, neither a limited nuclear war or non-limited nuclear war. We understand where it can lead. We have no illusions that this would be devastating for everybody. So if somebody starts this, it will not be Russia. But of course, if somebody starts it again against Russia, according to our nuclear doctrine, we will have to retaliate.
See? There's proof right there. The Russian UN, what was it again? Russian UN representative even said himself, they will not be the first persons to do this because they understand how horrible it is and the outcome of it. But if somebody else does it first, then it's in their law to have to retaliate and do it to them. So while we're here in America and our mainstream news is going around saying that they're wanting to claim, nuclear war and that they're wanting to do nuclear war and stuff. So it's definitely America starting this shit.
That's the only possible scenario. There were repeatedly speculations about Russia contemplating on using tactical nuclear weapons, which were denied at all levels, including our president. And we were citing our nuclear doctrine, which implies only retaliatory strike or in situations when there is an existential threat for our country. The two only scenarios for using nuclear weapons, and we will stick to this. There shouldn't be any doubts in the fact that nobody in Russia wants nuclear war.
I completely agree with him, and there's the proof that America is going to be the initial bullier, and it's not Russia that's doing it. But if we do it first, it's in their law to have to do it, to do it second. And then this one, he says, our common future is at stake. Nobody wants the U.S. to crumble. Nobody wants the U.S. to disappear. We want the U.S. to engage in true international cooperation and not exploitation. Go figure. It's so hard to understand for American elitists.
Our common future is at stake. Future of the United States is at stake as well. Nobody wants United States to crumble. Nobody wants United States to disappear. No, we're very friendly, but we really want United States to engage in discussing this issue, engage in true international cooperation and not exploitation. We want United States to stop playing the role of world policeman, because nobody charged United States to be world policeman, but United States still wants to keep this role. And NATO also being a threat to Russia, to China, to many others. So we need to do something about this concept of the bloc, of military bloc, which was supposed to be transformed after the end of the Cold War, which was supposed to be transformed in something positive, multilateral, something like OSCE plus, but this never happened, and it remains military bloc, and of course military bloc will provoke military action.
My dog decided it wanted to throw up. It started eating cat food again. God, my life just never ends. Lady, come and eat dog food, you weirdo. Oh my God, he's eating or she's eating cat food. Come on, lady. Lady. And then now the kitty wants to play with the trash. Of course. Oh my God, my life. Okay. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going to have to kind of rewatch it from here.
Our common future is the role of
right here.
World policeman, because nobody charged United States to be world policeman, but United States still wants to keep this role. And NATO also being a threat to Russia, to China, to many others. So we need to do something about this concept of the bloc, of military bloc, which was supposed to be transformed after the end of the Cold War, which was supposed to be transformed in something positive, multilateral, something like OSCE plus, but this never happened, and it remains military bloc, and of course military bloc will provoke military action.
Yep, they were supposed to end all that shit with the Soviet Union, and they didn't. We didn't. So yeah, he's absolutely correct on that whole thing. Those were just the really good pieces of it. It looks like, see, do I have? Yeah, I've got some time. Oh, I just put it away after I just pulled it up. When he went on her show on Rumble, which was really good. Figure we can kind of watch and skip through it and see how that went. But of course we have ads. Okay. Come on, Rumble. I don't know why it won't work. Huh. It won't play. Let me see if we can find it on YouTube instead. I guess not. Maybe it's a live stream. There it is. I don't want to get copyrighted. Okay.
Talking about Russophobia back in 2018 and my fear about what the US was trying to push and NATO back then. And you came in at a very intense time. Can you talk a little bit about like what the arc of your work has been like, what it's like to work in this environment in this particular point of history?
Well, I can tell you that I have an impression that I had 3 different postings. So one posting was starting from 2018. And we had quite good cooperation on many issues. Of course, there was always a difference of opinion, which we are not afraid of. Then we came to COVID. COVID was a very special time. Everybody was on Zoom, everybody was digital, and we lacked very much human diplomacy, because diplomacy is not done through the internet. You need to have contact for many reasons, and I don't think it was a very good experience to have this. And the third posting started this February, of course, with the beginning of our special military operation. I would say that the initial period was extremely difficult and challenging because, well, we all understood that we were heading towards some kind of a difficult time, that Western countries do not want to listen to our arguments, that problems are persisting in Ukraine, that Western countries, and especially the United States, are covering up the Ukrainian regime, the crimes and wrongdoings. So we were feeling that something is coming, but nobody, of course, had this understanding of when exactly this will happen. And when it happened, of course, the initial reaction of United States and Western countries was quite harsh in terms of Russophobia. What we saw was the desire to kind of cancel everything Russian. And this is very disappointing because we always felt that Russia was misunderstood. We always felt that Russian politics, Russian positions were misrepresented for especially American and the European public. But we never imagined that there were so many kind of emotions like hatred and Russophobia, things that you can't easily explain, even if you do not concur with somebody in terms of his political views and his positions, because this is something different. When people are speaking about canceling Russian culture, I can't imagine what kind of hatred you must feel inside to promote such things. What is Tchaikovsky guilty of in terms of Russian special military operation? What is Russian language guilty of? And what about millions of my compatriots who happened to live in the United States and elsewhere? They think that they were facing this kind of discrimination, closing of banking accounts, I don't know, forceful requirements to condemn politics of Putin in order to be eligible to do something or not to do something. What about sports? How come the Russian sportsmen are to blame, and what is the reason behind asking them again to condemn Russia's actions to be able to participate in certain events? This is really disgusting, frankly. And this period was
I completely agree. He's talking about how the Red Scare and the Russophobia, has really done a duty on the mindset of America and the fact of us doing that kind of stuff to Russia, and how they feel like they've been misunderstood, and that they don't see that it's kind of fair that they're being treated like that when they haven't even done anything wrong. It's this whole long time of anti-communist and the Red Scare of the 80s and stuff. I honestly thought it went away, but man, back when 2016 and the whole Russiagate and all that stuff happened, we got, thanks to Hillary, definitely got all that stuff back, which was absolute bullshit. I can't believe that people are still, alive that are still thinking that. And now they're embedding it into the younger generation's head to where they're going to start thinking of it. It reminds me of like how, the Republicans made us during, the 2000s after 9/11, made us all afraid of anyone that wore hijabs. And it was like just such bullshit to make us even feel something like that, like being scared of a whole entire thing because of what, a few people did. Like maybe, yeah, in the Soviet Union and communism back then, there was a couple people that did really bad, like some dictators and stuff, but that doesn't mean that communism itself is bad. It just, that's the way that they portrayed it and misrepresented it to get people in line with capitalism and to love capitalism. And now look at us, it's bullshit. We're still demonizing Russia when, they're becoming a new world power just like we are, so it's absolutely crazy and disgusting to me. Ooh, Yona's got some new music. Good Lord. That's a lot. 6 new music videos in 2 hours. You're a fucking editing machine. Jesus. Yeah, share away. Yeah, right. Good old Soviet days, am I right?
Very intense at the beginning. I can't say it's over right now, but I feel that a lot of people now understand a little bit better the situation, and they see that we need to find a kind of solution to the problems that we face. And solution always includes dialogue, of course. And if you want to cancel everything Russian, of course, you will not be able to find a solution with Russia. And the solution must be with Russia. I think everybody understands this.
And it's just to go further with that, what I noticed, because my audience knows me as a political content creator and commentary, I make commentary about politics. They know I've been talking about this for a while. And one of the things that was shocking, because I used to do op-eds for RT. RT has been censored and of course banned in Europe. And RT was a lovely place. I was so lucky to have my writing be considered, good enough to be published by them. And I've always, I have, a great feeling about RT. And so many people were really disheartened that they didn't have that other lens, because it's now they're trying to siphon the information, but they're even, of course, censoring Western journalists that are speaking out against this, what we call proxy war that the US and NATO is fighting against Russia via Ukraine, using Ukrainians as cannon fodder. And, one of the things I wanted to speak to you or ask you about was the perception that many Americans thought it started in February that are not really paying attention, right? They thought the military operation, the special operation, that was the beginning in February 2022, but actually this went back to 2014 when there was a US-backed coup that was exposed by Julian Assange, and other, legacy papers reported on it. It happened in 2014. Victoria Nuland was involved with that, and 6 to 7% of that government were Nazis. Except and go further, they're armed, and then all of the things that were happening in Donbass and the horrible murders that killed more than 14,000 Russians. It's really disheartening to not be able to hear that portion of the reality of how we got to this point in history. Are you finding that people are more open to discussing this and discussing the reality that there are Nazis in Ukraine? They're killing civilians.
Well, most of the people with whom I'm dealing, most of our Western colleagues and diplomats, they prefer to be comfortably numb, as Pink Floyd was singing. So for them, it's comfortable to consider, to believe that the history started from February 2022, and nothing before that ever happened. So they say that it was Putin's war of choice, that it was Russian aggression, and it was just, out of the blue. Russia decided to fight a freedom-loving, open society like Ukraine, where everybody was enjoying Western type of human rights, where people were living in harmony. And then those bloody Russians are suddenly attacking, even not giving any reasons why did we attack, just because we were jealous maybe about what they achieved. That's Western perception, and unfortunately, it is being translated very widely, and it's common misperception of what has happened. Of course, you're absolutely right. In order to understand what was happening, you need to go back in history, which of course doesn't start in February. It even doesn't start in 2014. It starts with the independence of Ukraine, which at the beginning was very friendly, very open towards Russia country. And it's hard to imagine, it was hard to imagine, I remember this time, that we would have ever any problems with Ukrainians. But what happened at that time, of course, the West was in light of the most notorious theories of Brzezinski and the others, understanding that one needs to fragment Russian influence, to weaken Russia, and to have it not as an adversary, but as a very weakened state, feeble and not capable of pursuing its own interests, and maybe then to share our natural resources and so on and so forth. This politics was very successful at the beginning of the 90s, but with the appointment of President Putin, I think this all stopped, and that's then when we started to have problems with the West, when we decided to really to defend our national interests. But back at the beginning of independence, Ukrainian leadership was again very open and friendly towards Russia. But then step by step, people who were in immigration in Ukraine, and many of them were descendants from those who collaborated with the Nazis, they started to come and to infiltrate the society, to create NGOs, to kind of brainwash population, playing on nationalist feelings. And with nationalism came this neo-Nazism, because currently in Ukraine, when people are saying, why are you always playing these neo-Nazism cards? There can't be neo-Nazis in Ukraine because their president is a Jew. I'm saying that it doesn't change anything. What is important is that, for example, the leaders of the neo-Nazis, Stefan Bandera and
Exactly. That's like saying that there can't be any Nazis in America in 2008 because Obama was president. Like, absolutely, yes, Ukraine can have a Nazi problem even if their president is a Jew.
Roman Shukhevich, who are implied in a lot of crimes against humanity during the Second World War, are national leaders of Ukraine. And for me, that's an indicator, and not who is the president of this country. Right. He's maybe he's a Jew, but he's also a Russian speaker. But it didn't prevent him from introducing very draconic discriminatory laws against Russian language and Russian speakers during his staying in power, despite the fact that he was elected by the residents of Ukraine, by the citizens, because of his pro-Russian program and because of his promises to deal equally with those who speak Russian and Ukrainian and to live in peace and to seek peace with Russia. He did exactly the opposite right now. So when people tell me that Zelensky is an elected president, I say, yes, he is elected. He was elected, but he was elected for the program which he didn't implement. He's doing exactly the opposite thing what people were voting for. So coming back to this this problem between Russia and Ukraine and its origins, I might say that, to cut a long story short, that step by step, what we had in reality, we were facing kind of a hornet's nest on our borders, which was very much threatening us. And we understand, everybody understood, that at some point of time, sooner or later, we will have to deal with this problem, because these people were not absolutely going to implement Minsk agreements, which were internationally acknowledged framework for settlement of this inter-Ukrainian crisis. And this was the only possibility for Ukraine to keep these Russian speakers and Russian-speaking regions within the country. We're providing them with certain guarantees to speak their own language and to worship the heroes that they want to worship. This is normal. I can't say that, well, people are wondering why, for example, in Belgium, there are 2 official languages. And can one imagine that, for example, one part of Belgium would dominate the other and forbid it from speaking its own language? What would be the reaction in France if the Wallonian population is not able to speak French? Right. What would be the reaction in Germany if in Switzerland German is banned and French is dominating? Right. I don't think they will be happy, but it's just to give you an example of what kind of feelings we would have. Of course, it's not a reason for starting military campaign, but the reason for starting military campaign is when your compatriots living there, children, women, elderly, are being shelled daily, when there are victims, and nobody is paying any attention to this. Everybody is blaming Russia for this, which is ridiculous. And we understood that for the sake of these people, for the sake of their future, we need to take action if Minsk agreements are not working. And it turned out that we are absolutely right, because already in the course of military operation, we recovered very convincing documents, military documents from planning, which were indicating that Ukraine was about to start assault on Donbass in a couple of weeks, actually at the beginning of March. And if you also remember, if you're recalling, people are now saying that, well, Russia all of a sudden started this military operation, but you need to come back to this time, and you need to recall a very serious intensification of military activity by Ukraine in Donbass, intensification of shellings, when hundreds of thousands of refugees flooded Russia. So this preceded the days when the military operation was started. So we can't say that it happened out of the blue. It's really, there were a lot of serious factors that we had to consider. And of course, we have to get rid of this hornet's nest, because this is very dangerous for our country. It's by the way, dangerous for the whole of Europe. Europe doesn't understand it at this stage because it's blinded by Russophobia and political calculations. But it's in reality, it's even more dangerous for Europe than it is for Russia, because this is really a very, very dangerous regime promoting very dangerous values. And Europeans are just very, very blind. Even the Poles are very blind right now, which really,
it's because we're westernizing Ukraine. That's why we're blind to it. Of course, we know that it's dangerous and that they're playing. Ukraine is playing at least us here. We know that Ukraine is playing a dangerous game with Russia and the way that they've just been westernized. It's because of westernization. You know, they're fallen into the hands of America, and now we're just giving them blank checks and shit. They're definitely going to. So I guess that's that with that. I don't want to get like copyrighted or anything, you know. So I just thought that what the guy said in those 3 tweets were really good.
Really ridiculous.
about, hearing at least from their side of the story what's going on. I don't want to get too much into the whole Ukraine Russia thing because YouTube likes to censor people and stuff like that. So yeah. I got 2 more stories to go through, so I think that should be enough time. So this next one, I've got a few different things that we can watch and go over that should be taking a little bit of time. So Danny Masterson, who is from That 70s Show, which I'm just gonna bring it up so that way we can look and see who this guy is really quick before we watch the movie or before we watch some videos. So Danny Masterson, he's the guy from That 70s Show. This one right here. He was a part of Scientology. Here, it's this guy. He was a part of Scientology. This is pretty much what he looks like now. I think he still is. But he's got some allegations, essay allegations, and he's about 2 weeks into his case. It's actually kind of shocking that I haven't heard about it, but it goes to show, I'm pretty sure, how much the Scientology community is probably trying to cover it up. So this is like the only way that we can see it. It's like law and crime YouTube website, because the mainstream media probably isn't going to talk about it because of, they try to cover up for Scientology. It's really disgusting and sickening. So let's start watching the beginning. So this is the story about what's going on, and then we'll read Leah's tweets and what she said, and then we'll watch week 1 and then week 2 of the case itself, and then we'll come to a decision for ourselves. While my fucking cat literally runs amok. Come on, can't you get it out of your system at another point in time? Bruh. You can't even see this motherfucker. He's like right there. He is out of hand. And he's gone. Jesus Christ, dude. Ah! Did you just see him go by right now? He's knucking futz. Miss Izzy right here, mama, she's like, fuck that kid. Huh, Izzy? Fuck them babies. Izzy! You said fuck them kids, huh? That's right. He's just on the ground running amok, and she's just up here like, I don't want nothing to do with it. Oh, this is great. Okay, let's get into this.
But I would never tell when I was in a non-Scientologist my real problems. It would be kind of bad for the church to ever appear human. Whoa. To a non-Scientologist. It would be setting a bad example. Like, it would actually be considered like a transgression.
That was Leah Remini, the actress, on Joe Rogan's podcast, talking about the Church of Scientology. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome back to Sidebar here on Law and Crime. Leah Remini has put out a long tweet thread. It has 36 points. She's never been shy about her criticism of the Church of Scientology. She left the church back in 2013, and she has basically said that it is evil, the entire church. She even had a television show on A&E for 3 seasons that talked about the Church of Scientology. And now, in the middle of Danny Masterson's sexual assault trial in Los Angeles, Remini has taken to Twitter and Instagram with a 36-point tweet thread about the trial and the Church of Scientology, and why she believes that the trial needs to be getting more attention. And she believes that the Church of Scientology and the attorney, Philip Cohen, for Danny Masterson are trying to basically scrub Scientology from the trial itself. So joining us to talk about this is someone who's covered the Church of Scientology for many years and knows Leah Remini, Tony Ortega. Tony of the Underground Bunker, welcome back to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on.
Anjanette, thanks for having me.
Tony, you broke the news, you told me, of Leah leaving the church back in 2013. Tell us a little bit about that first.
Right. July 8th, 2013, I broke the news that she had left Scientology. And in that first story, I mentioned the background about how she had been at Tom Cruise's wedding and had dared to ask about the leader's missing wife. All the stuff that later showed up in her book was really in that first story. And so I know her pretty well. I was on her. I made a couple of
I mean, if you've ever really followed Leah Remini, you definitely know the story behind all of that. So
says that the Church of Scientology is a multi-billion-dollar cult that will cover up the sex crimes of its members. What do you think about her making that claim?
Well, I think it's something she said before, and it's something that she showed on her series, and it's something that's coming out in the testimony in this trial. So that we're seeing that these women are alleging that this organization controlled everything that they were doing and saying, and preventing them from going to the police. And we're giving Danny Masterson protection because he was what's known as an upstat celebrity, somebody that brings them good publicity.
And you said that this was actually brought up on Wednesday morning by the defense in Masterson's trial, this tweet thread.
Right. So this morning started out before the jury came into the courtroom. Judge Olmedo said that the defense, once again, wanted to make a point about something. And defense attorney Karen Goldstein then described the tweets and was saying how prejudicial this was and this was going to prevent a fair trial. But then Judge Olmedo and Deputy DA Reinhold Mueller responded that they hadn't seen it. They're not following Leah Remini. They've asked the jurors not to pay attention to social media. And although Judge Olmedo said that although some jurors had mentioned seeing her show, she didn't really think any of them were following Leah on social media. So she said, you can put that on the record, but that's all she was going to do. And Karen Goldstein said, thank you, Your Honor.
Well, let's look at the tweet number 1 from the tweet storm. It says, did you know that
right, so we're going to read the rest of them, like all of them, but I do want to at least go over the ones that they're going over here. I feel like I'm watching these videos a little too long, and I don't want to get copyright strike.
You are forbidden from contacting law enforcement when another Scientologist has committed a crime against you. If you do, you will be declared a suppressive person and lose your family, friends, and livelihood overnight. Your thoughts on that particular claim, Tony?
Yeah, that's been testified to several times in this trial. And what's interesting is this also came up at the preliminary hearing. These women are saying that it's in the Scientology rules. You can't turn in another Scientologist. And when they were put on the spot about this last year by Daddy Masterson's defense attorney, Tom Mesereau, at that time, they actually got out the ethics book that Scientology uses, and it says it right there in black and white, Anjanette. You are not to turn in another Scientologist to civil authorities, which obviously includes the police. So what's interesting is that if you look at the other media that's coming out this last couple of weeks, the Church of Scientology has said again and again to reporters, we don't have that rule. We don't have that rule. But I mean, I can literally pull out the book and show it to you. And all these Scientologists under oath, under penalty of perjury, have said this is what they were taught. So Scientology can say that all they want, but it's literally in their ethics book that you cannot turn in a fellow Scientologist to civil authorities.
What I don't understand is, and maybe I don't want to take the train too far off the tracks here, but it sounds like if this is all true, if it's true, that there's some type of conspiracy.
You want to talk about somebody looking like somebody? Oh my God, I just realized. Check this out. And then I'm going to pull this up. Is it Jenna in The Office? Yeah. Dude. Really quick, just like because I'm stoned and this is kind of interesting. Tell me that this girl right here does not look like that. Oh my gosh. She looks like Jenna from The Office. That's crazy. They look so much alike. That's so nuts. Can't tell me that doesn't look like her. Oh my God. Janine Garofalo? Hold on. Who's that? Janine Garofalo. Oh, no way. She's like that. I mean, she kind of does, but like she used to be that, like back in the 90s at least. She was that cool, nerdy gothic girl that looked like Daria. Like that's how I remember her. Or like that. Like the gothic nerd look. No, I think she looks more like Jenna from The Office. Yeah. That's who she looks like. Oh, that's so great. Okay. Sidetracked. Sorry. Like what Obama said. Squirrel. I can't believe he stole that and ruined it. Never be able to say that shit again because Obama. Thanks, Obama.
If it's true that there's some type of conspiracy going on here, and I don't understand why the Church of Scientology and its practices aren't being investigated by the DA or the police in LA.
Well, and Jeanette, you just hit right on it. And that is, we've known about these practices for decades. The government has known about these practices for decades. That if you run afoul of Scientology's rules, you will be called a suppressive person, which is basically their form of excommunication. But even worse than that, all other Scientologists will be forced to cut off contact with you. This is what splits families apart. What splits parents from children, brothers from sisters. This is what Scientology's been doing, and it's documented in court records going back 50 years. So, it comes out, Leah Remini tweets about it, and I'm asked, is that true? And I'm saying, this has been so well documented for so long. It's a fact. And I even have a list at my website of people and how long it's been since they've seen their mother or their brother or their father or their sister, because Scientology has made those families split up.
Let's go to point number 3, where Leah Remini tweets, first, let me explain how Scientologists are controlled. Scientology's policies, written by founder L. Ron Hubbard, can never be altered and must be interpreted literally, allowing this criminal org to control members and insulate itself from bad PR. So this is all about PR, according to Leah Remini.
Absolutely. It's about control. L. Ron Hubbard was the founder of Scientology. He ran it from 1950 until his death in 1986. They literally call him source, meaning everything comes from him. And he was a former science fiction writer. He had written millions of words of policies governing everything that a Scientologist does.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys never heard about the story of L. Ron Hubbard. He was actually a science fiction writer about like aliens and stuff like that. And then he turned it into a cult, into where he really believed that it was real. And that's what Scientology is now, is this like alien multi-life kind of cult thing. So they do got banked though, but that's because they have a lot of celebrities, and just to even get into it, man, they make you go fucking broke. There's these couple of guys a couple of years ago did this like secret undercover thing in Scientology out here in Los Angeles. A couple of kids, like 20, 22, 23-year-olds, and they secretly filmed everything. They had like little spy cameras like in their shirts or in their glasses, things like that. And it just shows how much money they want from you to do anything in there, and how important it is to, level up and do all these things. Even like weird stuff like saunas, like they make you sit in a sauna for like multiple hours to release the evil energy and the evil, disgusting stuff out of your body. And they make you pay for that. And it's like super necessary that you have to do it. So that's how they get you. And they got banked because of that. And they'll just, whatever money you have, they'll take. And then if you don't pay it all off, they'll make you owe it later when you do start making money. Like they expect you to become super famous or super, rich because you are a Scientologist. It's so crazy. Yeah, they make way too much money. And it's untaxed too, because they're a recognized religion. So untaxed money. Such bullshit. Like other cults, man, they don't get away with this kind of stuff, but because they're rich and famous, there's rich and famous people in there, they get away with it. Yeah, like Mormons the same way. Yep.
And they consider his words so sacrosanct that now that he's died, they can't change anything. And so they keep doing the same things over and over and over. And like Leah points out, that's unalterable. So if somebody comes to tell you what with a family being split up in the 70s or a family being split up in the 80s. They're still doing it today because they're following the same rules that they can't change.
And I actually read a story with Danny Masterson's, I believe his stepfather, in the LA Times, where he talked about basically being shunned by his family after he said some things about the church.
Right, Joe Raich. And I've interviewed him myself, and I actually said this early on in the trial, that one of the most Scientological things on display in the courtroom every day is that Danny's younger siblings, Alana Masterson and Jordan Masterson, who are both actors, are sitting in the family section every day. And they are just like a symbol of what Scientology is about. Their father, their biological father, Joe Raich, who's Danny's stepfather, ran afoul of Scientology for various reasons 17 years ago. He was kicked out, and those children of his have completely cut him out of their lives as Scientology instructs them. So there they are, sitting there in the courtroom, a symbol for how Scientology splits families apart.
And Leah Remini calls these
so true. And that's the way to control people, is to separate. That's the first part of, GROOMING, is to separate and isolate you from everybody that doesn't agree with you or go with you or believe what you believe. And then you have to isolate yourself from them. That's part of it. So it's Cult 101, baby. All right, I gotta go get some more coffee.
Women credible who've accused Danny Masterson of rape. She said that they reported their rapes to Scientology and to the top ethics officials in Scientology and a few trusted friends. So she's saying these claims are corroborated. And that's now we move to tweet point number 32, where Remini says Scientology has obstructed justice in covering up Danny's crimes, and his case is not the only time they've done this. Scientology has covered up at least hundreds of similar crimes involving sexual violence. Tony, this goes to my question again. If they're part of a cover up, a conspiracy, where's the criminal investigation?
I mean, that's always the biggest question. Mike Rinder's got a new book out about his time in Scientology and the things he saw, and that he went to the FBI, and the FBI has actually started investigations. Some involved charges, some didn't. It's always a question, when is the federal government going to take these things seriously and investigate what Scientology is doing? And I think, Scientology is very good at intimidating people. And yes, that includes law enforcement. As Mike Rinder once explained to me, a manager.
Kelly, good to see you. Happy Friday.
The Department of Justice has got to make a decision about an investigation of Scientology. Are they ready for that to be the rest of their career? Because that's what it's going to be. Years and years of vicious fights in courts. And I think the government sometimes just doesn't have the stomach for it.
Well, if sexual assaults are being covered up with their knowledge and there's evidence to support that, as we've seen with the Catholic Church, you can't commit crimes in the name of religion. So these are all claims and allegations at this point. We will see what comes of this. Tony Ortega, thanks so much for being with us today, as always.
Did you see her earpiece fall out? Sorry. I don't know why I thought that was funny, but I thought it was funny. Her fucking earpiece just falls out at the end. That's great. So the tweet, man, it's pretty freaking long. I'm gonna have to tell you this now, but it is very, very interesting. So Leah came out with these bunches of tweets about Scientology and this whole case with Danny. And so we'll read all this and then we'll watch about Danny's case, his week 1 and week 2. So our first one, did you know that if you're a Scientologist, you're forbidden from contacting law enforcement when another Scientologist has committed a crime against you? You're only allowed to go to them. If you do, you will be declared a suppressive person and lose your family, friends, and livelihood overnight. They'll kick you out and not let you talk to everybody that's in there if you do go to the police department. And also Scientology donates a bunch of money to the police department, especially in Los Angeles. Man, they give so much money to the police department. It's wild. And then number 2, I'm sharing this with you because there's a criminal trial going on right now that is not getting enough attention on social media. Actor and Scientologist Danny Masterson is on trial in Los Angeles on charges of raping multiple women, probably the Scientology community keeping it hush-hush. 3, first, let me explain how Scientologists are controlled. Scientology's policies, written by founder L. Ron Hubbard, can never be altered and must be interpreted literally, allowing this criminal org to control members and insulate itself from bad PR, which is like what they were saying in the video, which is what they're doing now. not allowing social media sites to even see that what is going on, not talking about it on the mainstream media because it's bad PR for Scientology. Because these women did come out to the people in Scientology, like higher ups, and they told these women to stay quiet and not say anything. And then when these women finally got out, they actually figured out that what happened to them was what happened, the SA, and having to deal with that now. And that's because they didn't want bad PR, because Danny is, a very high up guy. So number 4, these policies govern every single part of a Scientologist's life. Every Scientologist follows Scientology policies to a T. There is no choice in Scientology, and you'll learn why in this thread. Most of the women who have credibly accused Danny of R-word were Scientologists and reported it to the top ethics officials in Scientology and a few trusted friends. Everything shared with these 5 officials is always reported to Scientology's leader, David Miscavige. These women did this in the immediate aftermath of when they were R-worded. 7, in Scientology, you are forbidden from ever reporting a fellow Scientologist to law enforcement, and you aren't allowed to sue Scientologists unless Scientology officials first approve it. Talk about a cult, right? I think it sounds like a cult. The reason for this Scientology law is simple. Scientology is a totalitarian cult, and like all other totalitarian states, any justice is handled within. Scientology and Scientologists believe they are above the law outside of Scientology law. Definitely cult-like. Scientologists refer to non-Scientologists as WOGs. The law that non-Scientologists follow are known as WOG law. Again, Scientologists believe that WOG law is always beneath Scientology law, even though Danny is having to deal with the law right now. And if he ends up going to jail for a really long time, which I hope he does, then like you're gonna have Scientology in there, but you're under WOG law. Loser. As Scientologists, you are taught that WOGs are ignorant, misinformed, or evil. Well, he's about to live with a lot of them. There are fewer than 25,000 Scientologists worldwide, meaning Scientologists believe over 7 billion people are ignorant and misinformed, and that some of them, especially psychiatrists, are evil. Well, that's like Christian religion and Catholic religion. They think theirs is right and everyone else's is wrong. It's like that one comedian guy said, me being an atheist and you being a Christian just means that we both believe in like 4,999 gods don't exist the same and only one disagree with. So, yeah. What a cult, exactly. Yeah, Kelly, we watched all of Leah's shows Aftermath, and despite the numerous threats from Scientology for lawsuits, she won Emmys. Exactly. Yeah, I saw all the stuff that she did, her shows, all of her interviews that she's done. I really dive deep into a lot of this. I wish I could find that video of these kids who like secretly went in there. I wonder if like maybe while I play the next video, I'll look for it and see if I can find it. 11 Scientologists believe that the body you're living in now is just a vessel and that we live innumerable lives. Therefore, they think they can protect their eternity by helping to protect Scientology. So that Scientology is the keeper of their eternal lives, and this is just their vessel. We're just a vessel of it. Scientology has a guiding dynamic, the greatest good for the greatest number of dynamics. Among those dynamics, Scientology is the most important dynamic to protect. Therefore, Scientologists will protect Scientology at all costs. Yeah, sounds like worker ants. Protecting the queen at all costs. Or like worker bees. The hive mentality is exactly what it is. Yeah, exactly. Religion is a hell of a drug. Yeah, me too. I love her to death. Leah Remedy is awesome. So 13, policy permits Scientologists to do horrific things to protect Scientology and make Scientologists unreliable witnesses. It allows Scientologists to reject WOG law and lie to law enforcement. It allows the Scientologist to commit perjury to protect Scientology. See, that should be admissible in the court right there, just knowing that. I hate that the court is trying to dismiss a lot of Scientology aspects in the case. I believe it's the defense is trying to keep it out to protect Scientology, but the judge allowed a little bit in there because there is a lot of things that have to do with Scientology in these cases, because these women were in there and they had to reach out to Scientologists who wouldn't let them do anything and let them, talk about their essay with Danny. So this needs to be also known in there too. Like, they're allowed to lie to protect the religion itself. So Applebee's has worker bees, but it's not the bee's knees. So what happens if you go to law enforcement about another Scientologist? Your life, as you know it, for them at least, will be over. Scientologists who go against Scientology law and go to law enforcement are incredibly brave because they know the consequences are devastating. You will be declared a suppressive person, which means that no Scientologist in good standing could ever have anything to do with you again. You will be considered fair game. This is like their attacks that they do on people. Scientologists will have permission to do whatever they have to do to destroy your life. Spying, watching you, stalking you, all those things that we would see on their shows, on our show. People's stories. In an instant, you will lose your entire family, job if you work for Scientologists, and your friends. You will lose everything because you dared to stand up for yourself against Scientology. Being declared a suppressive person and having Scientologists disconnect from you isn't a situation where some people will still keep you in their life. Scientologists live in a totalitarian state, so they will follow orders strictly. You will lose everything and everyone. Woo! Like, no leeway, no give right there. That's just, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I bet people that even want to leave are too afraid to leave because they're afraid to, their families. I mean, look at Danny and his sister and brother right now in the case. Like, their dad, got kicked out, and they're still all together, and they refuse to talk to their dad because they're in Scientology. So, right, I know. That's why I was like, we need to get like, what's that one? The flying spaghetti monster and stuff. We need to get those. Like, I know that like Satanism is probably a protected religion now. And Satanism is pretty good as long as you just don't delve like too deep into like the actual real worshipers, but the laws and stuff in there itself are great. The Satanism has protections against bodily autonomy. So you can actually, if you are declared Satanist, you can get an abortion because of religion. So, which is kind of cool. For example, if you own a small business and are declared a suppressive person in the middle of the day, your employees will quit immediately. Your customers will immediately cancel their orders. That's crazy. And how does Scientology ensure that Scientologists cut off all contacts with someone who has been declared an SP? They accomplish this through an internal intelligence system which conducts interrogations and confessionals and monitors the behavior of every Scientologist. Oof. That's so horrible. Yeah, it's okay, Ghost Star. We won't have a God. I used to say that all the time. Not today, Satan. All right. If you're told that if you report an R word to law enforcement, you will lose your parents, siblings, significant others, job, and all your friends, everything you've ever known. What would that scare you enough that you might reconsider going to the police? Absolutely. Most people would be too frightened to move forward if the cost of reporting the R word meant their entire life, from their family to their livelihood, would disappear overnight. Another thing that stops Scientologists from coming forward with their allegations is a key teaching in Scientology that everything happens in your life is your fault. Ooh, that blaming shit. That's disgusting. Scientologists refer to this as pulling it in. Even gave it its own word. Interesting. If you get rear-ended, you'll be asked, what did you do to pull that in? Everything is your fault because they never want anything to be blamed on Scientology. However, if something good happens to you, you aren't given credit. Scientology gets the credit. I mean, that's how Christians are too. That's exactly the same as the Christian religion. If something bad happens to you, it's Satan, it's demons coming into your life and ruining things and making it worse. But if something really good happens, it's a blessing from God. You didn't do it yourself. God did it for you. It's God's work. It's his plan, you know. But something bad, it's like, oh, demons are out to get me. So it's the same as Christian religion. Imagine, which probably makes you think that Christian religion is probably a cult too. Same, you know, with all the rest of them. So imagine you're a 14-year-old girl and a man has argued you. When you share this news with Scientology, you're asked what you did wrong, and in some cases made to make amends to your abuser, and you will not be allowed to report this crime to civil authorities. Then the process of covering up the crime commences. The system is set up to cause paranoia and fear and encourage silence from its victims. There it is right there. Fear, the word that makes everybody bow down and do what they want. For centuries, it's crazy. For the rich, paying taxes is a choice. For the working poor, hourly wages are stolen, and that's called paying taxes. And later you may beg for some of it back, right? You better slow down on the Kool-Aid. And then the process of covering up the crime commences. The system is, okay, we just read that. One of the survivors of Danny's predation, Jane Doe number 1, a former Scientologist, finally went to the police in 2004 after she reported that Danny brutally arred her internally to Scientologist ethics department. She was threatened and ordered to remain silent. See, even like the police department's like, oh, okay, they've got it covered. So because they give them so much money, so they're allowed to get away with whatever they want. After she told Julian Swartz, David Miscavige's chief's enforcer and a man who oversees the most sensitive cases in Scientology, including many celebrities, that she went to law enforcement. Jane Doe number 1 had her life systematically destroyed by Scientology. In reaction to her telling him that she went to law enforcement about Danny, Julian Swartz told Jane Doe, "You're fucked. You're totally fucked." Scientology officials told Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 3 that they could never use the word R word in internal Scientology reports when describing what Danny did to them. So they weren't even allowed to use the R word about it, but even though he did. So one of the reasons I want everyone to pay attention to this trial is because Danny's defense attorney, Philip Cohen, is doing everything he can to strip the involvement of Scientology from this trial. Scientology policies and the actions of Scientology's top officials should mean that Scientology should be a co-defendant in this trial. Absolutely 100% agree. Everything that has happened in this case is largely due to Scientology's criminal policies. I mean, I couldn't even agree more. So that is insanely true. Okay, so here's some more. Scientology has obstructed justice in covering up Danny's crimes. And his case is not the only time they've done this. Scientology has covered up at least hundreds of similar crimes involving violence. Exactly. Yeah, she was one of the people that brought up the where is Shelley Miscavige, which I just want you all to know, I'm pretty sure Shelley is out here with me in my town, out here. I could probably show you guys that if you're interested in hearing about that, but I really honestly think that she's out here in the compound. Honestly, truly do. I can show you if you're interested. Anyway, so women, Danny R. Word, have shown an incredible level of courage. They went against police, everything. They were brainwashed into believing and went to police. Their courage has not only meant that Danny gets held accountable, but they've exposed more criminality in Scientology. Off to work, Yona. Okay, have a good night. Eat more pizza. We'll see you later on tonight on your show. You guys go check him out. I believe it's at 7:30 Pacific time is Yona's show tonight. So go and check that out. I'll be over there watching before Warren's show tonight later on after that. So go and check out Yona tonight. Let's see. These women have spoken out in great danger to themselves and their families since they went to law enforcement and went public with their stories. They've been harassed by Scientology PLs relentlessly, funded with tax-exempt funds. Ooh, girl, get it. If you care about combating Scientology and you're frustrated that Scientology has never been truly held accountable for its crimes, please pay attention to this trial, tweet about it, post all your socials. And while some media outlets have covered this trial, it's time for more reporters to give it the attention it deserves. It's not about Hollywood celebrity. It's about a multi-billion-dollar cult does to cover up exactly S crimes, which was another really cool, interesting thing that this is an invitation to go to party in Clearwater. No, no. Maybe. What I thought was really, really interesting about our page 2 was this first part right here. What she has is this picture right here too. Obviously, local politics in the area. So if you believe Scientology is an evil criminal cult, then kick Mitch O'Farrell out of office. So he's a congressperson for the 13th district in California, which is LA area. And this is obviously a picture of, in this photo on the left, you have Scientology exec Shane Woodruff right here, who was, Leah Remini says it was her handler when she was a Scientologist. And then the, LA City Councilman, Mitch O'Farrell. And so she's wanting people to vote him out of office, it looks like. See, Mitch O'Farrell presented a laudatory proclamation to Scientology in 2014. He did this many years after reporting and first-person accounts made clear that Scientology is a dangerous cult. Here they are together in 2018, presenting another proclamation to Scientology executive John Goodwin. This was again after years of reporting, exposing Scientology, and after going clear book documentary, and after 2 years after my series on A&E premiered. She just goes off on this Mitch O'Farrell guy and how bought he is from, this guy is from Scientology, obviously, because Scientology has so much money that they're able to pay, and buy out a lot of these politicians and, like police organizations and sheriff's departments and shit like that. So definitely, if you're in the LA area in District 13, I believe was what she was saying, try to get this guy out. Definitely. I mean, I don't see any, the solution of it. But yeah, it says Danny Masterson's defense attorney brought up this thread in the court that morning on November 2nd, said that the thread makes it difficult to get a fair trial. Ridiculous, but glad the judge didn't fall for it, with Leah Remini's tweets about it, which is great. So then week 1 and week 2 have already gone or have already started and passed on the trial. So the only people that I am seeing even talk about what's going on there is this Law and Crime. There's definitely not much other people even talking about it, and it's really hard to find. So I figured we can talk. Is this it? Yeah, they look so much alike, the two videos, so it was hard to tell which one was week 1 and which one was week 2. Signs, good to see you. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I read your comment and I didn't even realize it was you. Good to see you, Signs. Good to see you, person I'm not allowed to put up. CNN didn't report a thing about it. Exactly, Kelly. That's exactly what I'm saying, is the only people I'm able to find about it is Law and Crime, which I mean, I just know about their YouTube channel. I don't even know if they're on actual TV or anything, but yeah, no, they're definitely keeping it hush hush. You could tell that Scientology really is in the Hollywood elites and stuff, because the mainstream media is not even barely talking about it. So tax exempt status needs to be pulled from all religions, especially property and income. When countries allow tax-free property, all religions bought land and buildings. Yeah. It's turned into a capitalistic investment. asset owning, things like that, rich elitist. I mean, even that one guy who was like, I need a second private jet because I can't be on regular airplanes because it's full of demons. Like, who the fuck do you think we are? Like, we're demons. But then I remember, like, oh yeah, everything that's bad to them is a demon. So yeah, it's gross. But yeah, I fully agree with that. We need to really start taxing religions. I don't understand why we don't. It really pisses me off that we don't.
Appear in court on your behalf without you present.
Yes, sir. We go over the top 3 moments from week 1 of actor Danny Masterson's rape trial. Journalist Tony Ortega comes back on to explain it all. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Week 1 of actor Danny Masterson's rape trial out in Los Angeles is finished up. The That 70s Show star is facing charges of forcibly raping 3 women. This allegedly happened between 2001 and 2003 when these women and Masterson were all members of the Church of Scientology. And he faces a lengthy prison sentence if convicted, up to 45 years, perhaps life in prison. And there is a lot that has happened in week 1, from opening statements to witness testimony. So to break down those top 3 moments from week 1, I'm joined right now by someone who is inside that courtroom, journalist Tony Ortega. And Tony has been following this case. He's been a frequent contributor here on the Sidebar podcast, on the Danny Masterson story. He is the founder of the Underground Bunker, where he writes about Scientology issues. You can find him at tonyortega.substack.com. And he is currently outside that courtroom right now. As we always like to see Tony, he's right on the scene. Tony, good to see you once again.
Thanks for having me back, Jesse. Yeah, I'm dealing with some sunlight and shadows. Doing the best I can here.
You've been doing more than the best. I'll tell you, I know I put you in a tough position to go through the top 3 moments, but I think we have to start with the testimony of Jane Doe 1, right? I think that could have been one of the top moments, if you care to elaborate on why that might have been.
Well, absolutely. I mean, she was describing just a harrowing experience, just really brutal, forcible rape, and the details, of course, are just awful. And she broke down numerous times. There were times when the judge had to literally like stop everything, take a recess. It was very upsetting for her. And I thought that, you know, she came across as credible, and it was tough for her to say certain things, but she has these vivid memories. While at the time she's describing having felt suspiciously intoxicated after this one drink at his house, and she's fighting to stay conscious. And some things are fuzzy, but let me tell you, she spelled out a really, really awful scene for this jury.
And we want to take a moment right now and thank our good friends at the Commercial Break Comedy Podcast. Have you ever asked yourself these very important questions like, what? And correct me if I'm wrong, not only sexually assaulted her, she tried to fight him back to no avail. And then afterwards, she tried to report it to Scientology and was completely pressured to remain silent. Correct?
Right, that he raped her, that she fought back in numerous ways. At one point, she says he pulled a gun out of a drawer next to the bed. And then, yeah, she made her way and then immediately reported it to the Church of Scientology. That's the other thing we're learning is just how much Scientology was in control of these lives, and how Scientology tried to convince her not to go to the police. At one point, they finally allowed her permission to sue him, but still, don't go to the police. And she really had to defy them. And then the other testimony that was amazing last week is she described being pressured by the church to sign an agreement and accept $400,000 from Danny so that she would never talk about this event ever again. It was just really something.
Hush money. She was offered hush money to not say anything. It's like Disney. Disney does the same fucking shit. It's so gross. Yeah, they don't pay into Social Security yet receive the benefits. So yeah, no, absolutely. I did an article a couple of months ago here on here where there was like a church, like it was like a religious school, a church school. So it was like on a church grounds, not being taxed. And they were wanting the state tax money to pay for the school. But they don't pay any taxes at all themselves. And so, yeah, it's crazy, like how they're like, well, we need, people's tax money to help benefit and make us just as good as everyone else. But we don't get to pay taxes because we're a religion. Like, fuck you. No, you should start paying taxes. I still don't understand the whole point of it. So I know, right? He's just like just saying the R word, like full on. I know, it's crazy. Yeah, it's about power. Absolutely. I agree. It definitely is.
When she's testifying, and I kind of saw this in the Harvey Weinstein trial when I was in that courtroom watching these victims testify against Weinstein, I was watching the jury intently. What was the jury doing, to the best that you could see, while she was testifying?
When Deputy DA Mueller was leading her through that testimony, the jury looked really rapt. I mean, they were paying attention to every word. And I don't want to read too much into this, Jesse, but during cross-examination, Philip Cohen is doing his best. He's got a different style, but I noticed the jurors weren't looking at him. And I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. They might have just been sort of thinking about it, but very different style than DA Mueller.
Let's go into that. So the top two moment, I think, would have to be the defense's cross-examination of Jane Doe 1, right? I mean, what stood out to you there?
Well, it was interesting to me because, in the run-up to this case, of course, the thing that's brought up the most is how long it's taken to get here. That these allegations are from 2001 to 2003. A new LAPD investigation hasn't started until 2016. The women say it's because they feared Scientology. So there's been a lot of talk, and motions and stuff about the Scientology component, the policies, and this delay. But, defense attorney Cohen said, no, I'm not even going there. I don't care about the delay. All he cares about is that what she's testifying to now is different than what was in a 2004 LAPD report. And what struck me was he's basically put the entire defense on that one 2004 report. But on redirect, we learned that there's a 2003 report she wrote for the church, which is more consistent with what she's saying today, and the whole time the prosecution side have been raising questions, not about what she said for the 2004 for the LAPD, but what the LAPD wrote down. So I thought it was a little risky on the defensive side to just put everything on that 2004 report when it's come into question.
And just to clarify, are you suggesting that what the 2004 report said was the words of the LAPD that maybe were mistaken? They had a misinterpretation of what she said? Or was it that her story changed, maybe because of pressure from Scientology, that's why we're seeing even the discrepancy between 2004 and 2003?
Both, Jesse. That she's testifying that she held back certain things from the LAPD because she's a Scientologist. She worried about harming David. She specifically said harming David Miscavige, a leader of the church. So she held things back. But also with a problem, she said at one point the detective didn't seem to understand she was speaking English.
It's more of like a MMT type thing. Is you like when they tell you you're paying into Social Security, you're just paying into that debt clock that you see in New York to lower that debt clock. And then when the law runs up and they have to change it to a different, or every year they can change how much people are getting in Social Security, that's how much the government puts into the treasury, or says the treasury needs to put out to Social Security benefits. So it's not like technically, you're paying, yes, but you're not paying into it, because there's never really a vault of all the Social Security money being held until you're of that age. So that's why, because you don't really get all of it when you like, a lot of people now are not getting as much as they paid into when they were younger in those times, is because that's just the law has changed. You don't get as much now because that's what money is going into it. It's been defunded itself. So that's why it's just like an MMT type thing.
This is a native English speaker. I mean, there's something very strange about that report. And, and that's not too unusual that the LAPD might not have the most accurate report, but to bank the entire defense on it, I just thought that was a risky move for Cohen.
And you talk about the defense's moves here. I think the top third moment here is also, you had mentioned to me that the defense was moving for a mistrial, right? Because of all the Scientology related matters that were coming up. Can you talk about that?
In the first week, Philip Cohen made 2 motions for mistrial, both based on the Scientology content. He wants to keep all Scientology content out. I understand. That makes sense from a defense perspective. But it's really hard to understand what these women went through without understanding their Scientology background and some of the things the Church of Scientology did. So that, back on October 4th, Judge Olmedo made a major ruling. It was very lengthy, very well thought out, lots of case law, explaining why she's allowing a limited amount of testimony about Scientology policies. And both sides have kind of fought their way through that.
That's not even fair, though, that they're trying to keep out Scientology, because like he said, he's completely right. A lot of this has to do with the problems in Scientology and why this stuff didn't get out, and the laws that they have to create in there to protect people, so they couldn't do anything. Like, it was a cult, and it has to be at least brought up. I'm hoping that with the judge at least allowing a little bit of this, that something is going to happen, that some kind of change is going to happen.
Judge Olmedo admonished the prosecution for maybe entering too much Scientology too quickly. But since then, she's allowed a certain amount. And Cohen just feels that that's really prejudicial to his client. He made a motion for a mistrial, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon and Thursday morning, both denied. But that was a big moment in the courtroom.
Real quick before I have to ask you, is anybody from Scientology there?
Well, we had a Scientologist witness today. That was very well. The entire, Danny Masterson is a Scientologist. His whole family are Scientologists. They're in the courtroom, and we had a witness today who was a friend of Jane Doe One's, who testified that he's become more strongly a Scientologist just in the last couple of years. And I reported earlier he's the son of two of the biggest donors in the Church of Scientology. They're $10 million donors, and he came in today. Fascinating moment because he'd been recorded in 2017. Basically corroborating some things Jane Doe 1 had told him back in 2003. And he was kind of stuck. He kind of pushed back at the prosecution as they asked him about what was in that recording, but they got through it. But then he said something bizarre that last week on Friday or something, a DA investigator had approached him in the hallway and asked him a question. And he suddenly remembers he was on that 2003 Florida trip with Jane Doe 1.
You mean an investigator for the DA's office?
No, an investigator for Masterson. That a private eye working for the defense had approached this Scientologist in the hallway, either Thursday or Friday, I think Friday afternoon, and had asked him a question which suddenly made him remember for the first time in 18 years that he was on that Florida trip with the rest of them. Now, we had a cousin come on later today, this morning, who said, no way, he wasn't on that trip with us. But just a bizarre moment that this, and then there was some real arguing between the two sides with the jury out of the room. Cohen did not like that the DA had made it sound like it was improper for this private investigator to be approaching a witness in the hallway of the courtroom. And Cohen's like, no, that's not improper. Both sides can do it. But I described it on Twitter as this trial's first Pentangeli brother moment, if you remember from The Godfather.
Oh, I do. I hope it doesn't end up in a bathtub. I mean, that's the,
Except instead of seeing the brother from Italy, this witness saw the private investigator from Danny Masterson and suddenly had a revelation.
So there's the week 1. I also have week 2 as well. We can watch that really quick. Kind of see what happened on week 2 in the trial. Give a little bit more information than what happened in a hallway.
It's a recap of week 2 in Danny Masterson's. I should note that if he's convicted, he faces a lengthy prison sentence because he could face up to 45 years to life in prison. That's what we're talking about here. So we want to talk about week 2 and some of the top moments. You know who I'm bringing in. I'm bringing in journalist Tony Ortega, who's not only been following this case and has been a frequent contributor on the Danny Masterson story here on Sidebar, but he is actually in Los Angeles. He's outside the courthouse. He has been inside that courtroom as proceedings have been underway. Now, Tony is the founder of the Underground Bunker, where he writes about Scientology-related issues. You can find him at tonyortega.substack.com. Tony, good to see you once again.
Jesse, thanks for having me on.
Let's go through it. So week 2 was very interesting. I think we should start with the testimony of Jane Doe 3. Obviously, one of the accusers, very important. What can you tell us about her testimony?
Right. So if Jane Doe 1 was the sort of center of week 1, then Jane Doe 3, who followed her, was really the kind of highlight of this week. And I can tell you that I've seen these women before at the preliminary hearing, and I thought that actually Tom Mesereau did a better job with Jane Doe 3 a year ago than Philip Cohen did. I thought Jane Doe.
Let's just be clear. That was Danny Masterson's attorney.
Not only to describe what she did was, besides describing these two terrible events, the actual rape allegation and also another event, just really horrible details that, those of us who know the case were familiar with. I was impressed how much other material she brought in simply about what it was like to be his girlfriend. See, that's what makes Jane Doe 3 different, Jesse, is that she was actually in a 6-year relationship with Masterson. The other two women were not. And of course, that makes things a little more complicated. But I thought that gave her the opportunity to describe this unloving relationship with a man who just demanded sex when he wanted it and didn't care if she was prepared or not. Really portrayed a very, very sad situation.
A couple of things. First of all, I want to let everybody know that yes, Tony's outside right now. So you hear the you hear the barking dog, you hear a soccer team playing. It is what it is, folks. This is what we have to deal with. But anyway, maybe this dog actually wants to come on.
And when she was asked about the stalking and harassment she's alleging also in the civil lawsuit against Church of Scientology, and she just mentioned that she, her husband, and her children, she believes, have been targeted by this campaign of harassment. She just started crying and trembling. She said she couldn't breathe. I mean, she just got into a full-blown panic attack. And the judge had to stop proceedings, have the jury leave. It took a while for her to gather herself, seemed very genuine. She has made it clear several times during her testimony that the thing she's really terrified of, and why she maybe hasn't always said all the details in every interview she's given, is she's terrified of what Scientology is going to do to her. So that came through loud and clear. And it, like I said, it did hold up things for a little while, but then they got going again.
Because we all know that Scientology is not supposed to be the focus of this case, but it can come in a limited context. Did she say what did she say about the church?
She called it a criminal enterprise. And see, Jesse, this was during Cross. I mean, she took a couple of opportunities to really make this point. She called Scientology a criminal enterprise that was terrorizing them. She has said multiple times that it's continuing up to the, in fact, on direct testimony, when Deputy DA Mueller asked her when this harassment had been going on and up to what point, she literally said today, implying that something had happened today, that day, with either private investigators or hacking. They, I've written about this. I interviewed her husband years ago about, they claimed that 2 of their dogs were killed, and they believed that Church of Scientology was behind it. So again, she got to introduce that a couple times this week, including during cross-examination.
And just sticking with Jane Doe 3 for a second, my understanding is that her husband may now testify too?
Her husband testified this morning.
This right here is really like what got me with this whole story and this case right here is the woman's husband and what he has to say.
I am using his name because he's never asked me for anonymity, and he's a famous person. He is the Mars Volta rocker, Cedric Bixler Zavala. And he came in today to talk about what it was like to learn from his wife that she claimed, 10 years earlier, she'd been assaulted by Masterson. And that, she has said in testimony that because of her involvement in Scientology, she wanted to protect Masterson to a certain extent. And, it's their testimony that Cedric was the first one to tell her, you were raped. And that convinced her to go to law enforcement at that point.
Wait, you mean she didn't initially understand it to be that?
Her testimony is that she knew something, it shouldn't have happened, but it happened. And she went to the church initially. I think she did say rape when she went to the church, and the church said, don't use that word. We don't use that word here. So she hadn't been using that word, but then, Cedric told her after she described it, you were raped. And she then went to law enforcement.
It's incredible testimony. I mean, again,
that's just so sad. It's so sad what happened to her, and the fact that she had to find out what it was later because she was so brainwashed into thinking it's something completely different. Oh man, I couldn't even imagine. This is why I believe a lot of the women when they come to this kind of stuff, because it's just so upsetting.
and Tony, you're there. It's incredible you get a view to see this. I do want to move over from Jane Doe 3's testimony. I want to go back actually to Jane Doe 1's testimony, because my understanding also is that a member of law enforcement testified. And I think that was a big moment from this week as well, right?
It's been very interesting because one of the things the defense has tried to do in her testimony is to say that the things she's testifying to now were not in a 2004 report when she first went to the LAPD. And I mean, that's the impression that Defense Attorney Cohen really gave last week. Well, this week, the desk sergeant who actually took that report came in to testify with a copy of his report, and Deputy DA Mueller carefully went over it with him. And I think it was stunning how much it backs up what she is saying today. Now, I think the reason it was so stunning was, again, because Cohen had basically given everyone the sense that it wasn't corroborating, but it very much was. That was direct testimony. Then on cross today, Cohen then went over with the policeman some things that are different from what she's saying today, a few things. And so that's something that the DA then handled by basically questioning the policeman's reporting. And that was the interesting moment today, was that the DA was in a position to question whether a police officer had done a thorough enough job on a report. Cohen said something about that. He said that to the judge, that this was really concerning to him. And the judge said, look, sloppy report writing is something we hear from both sides all the time. So she didn't think that there was something that really concerned her about that. So that's interesting. I mean, this officer, I feel like, really corroborated a lot of what Jane Doe 1 said, but there were things that were not in his report. And the question then is, why not? And that question was kind of left hanging in the air. And I believe we're now going to be, the next witness will be another LAPD detective who also followed up on the case.
So I'll give you about,
Man, that's insane. Like the whole situation and what's happening and all of that. I can't believe like the fact that the Scientology like covers it up this much, and like they're trying to block it from even getting into the case, and then these girls' stories. So Kelly was saying something earlier about Kelly Miscavige, and I always know, like, people always talk about how they think that, she's missing and where she could be. And so I was saying, like, she could be possibly living right around where I live, in the same mountain area. So here's California, here's Southern California, there's Los Angeles down here. So if you go over here, there's San Bernardino. Los Angeles is over here. You come to San Bernardino, there's this mountain range right here next to this major freeway. And so right here in this mountain area, okay, there's a couple of lakes, obviously, as you can see. There's Lake Arrowhead, there's Crestline. So if you go here to Crestline, there's this main road right here that goes all the way out to pretty much the only street light in our entire mountain, pretty much, is like right here in this little area. And so right here in this, no, cat, don't start climbing on shit. So if you look right in this little area, there's this little V spot right here. And right here in this little V spot, cat, what the living hell is wrong with you? This pretty much this whole, ow, fucker. This whole section is owned by the Scientology people. And so even right here, if you notice, it says search of spiritual technology. Corporate office now open. So funny. But this area is extremely gated off. There's, ow, you fucker, stop biting me. What the hell is your problem? How does that feel? Jesus. In this whole area, if you look, okay, in this whole area, there's like this whole mountain range of things in this area. But if you go in closer, you'll see there's actually buildings in here. So you'll notice like right here, there's a house. Right here's another house. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Then if you go over here, you'll see there's this one right here. And those are all owned. This whole entire section like is owned by Scientology. And there's always like right here when we go down these streets, because like this is a main highway right here, but this is a side road that you can go on. And the streets are really small. It's like one road, one street road, you know, like two ways, but one road. But there's always somebody standing outside right here. So I believe that this is like the security office. And so right across the street from the security office where this little pinpoint is the gate to get into here. But you can't get into here because this whole thing is just completely gated off. And I believe that she is living in this compound right here in this area because it's huge. It looks like a mansion with multiple different houses that are attached and around it. She could be very well guarded. It's very far from town. I mean, if you look right here, you can even see like right here would be like right where it's at in this little area. And so you'd have to, only way to get off this mountain is to go over here and then go all the way down right here. And then that's it. Or you take from this little area right here and you take this road across and then you go down all this windy road. So there's like pretty much two main exits into the city in this area. So it's pretty much, you know, away from city, away from people, away from everything. And it's, you know, see, look there. I mean, if you look right here, there's city down here and this is all mountains up here. So she would definitely have to figure, I mean, she'd be right here in this little section, in this little area right here. So she would have to figure out a way to get out of there, you know, without having to literally travel down an entire mountain. I mean, even to get out the other way, look, if you look, that's even further the other way. I mean, there's an entire town she would have to go through, you know, more mountains and then the desert until she would hit desert and then she would hit a city out there. So she's definitely pretty secluded out in this area, in this region, to where she can't leave. And I honestly truly think, even Leah Remini said in a video that I watched one time that she honestly thinks that this is where they are. There was an episode that she did on their show where they took video of them going by it. So you can kind of see. And I knew exactly when they went by it that this was like, you know, this was that area. So that's the house I think that she lives in. I always see this little thing right here, which is, it almost looks like its own little like round room off by itself, like a little, you know, area to kind of read a book and stuff. But this house is humongous. And then if you look across the street, See, I mean, see, if you look down, like there's the whole mountain range down to the city down in that area. So that's like the mountain range to get down. But if you look right here, there's that house across the street I was telling you about. And there's always people standing outside of this house. There's always, you know, cars. There's always people there. Somebody standing outside watching guard. And see, that's like how to get into this place is like through this like security guarded, gated community that you can't even get into. And you try to, you know, try to drive by and try to see some stuff, but it's really hard to see. See, there's like the entrance, it's gated up right there, and then there's a security guard that's always there. I'm actually shocked that there's oh, of course you're going to take me out on the highway when I want to go back up here to this road. God damn it. Take me back here. Thank you, dude. Oh my gosh, it took me so far away from it. And then now I'm going the opposite way. But yeah, as you can tell, it just really honestly truly looks like that she could possibly live there. You guys are all getting like a nice little view of my house. Or I mean, not my house, but my town. I'm surprised they allow Google to drive and film there. I mean, you can. I've recorded like when I've driven by there. My husband and I have like stopped right here in this little spot and like try to videotape and try to, you know, see what we could inside of the windows. You can't really see much because they're so far away, but yeah, when we stopped right there and parked, there was some dude right here like looking at us, and he was talking into his little walkie-talkie thing. So don't they have a scrub team that would block out satellite views of their taxpayer funded properties like Cheney did for himself? Yeah, right. I wish. No, you can't. I mean, I guess they probably could, but I literally have driven by this place and this is exactly what it is. This is their area. They own it. You cannot get in here like so fucking ever. I mean, so I'm trying to get into the main road over here so you all can see that there's like another area because they own the whole corner of it. So here we go, the corner. Okay. And they own all the way up to the corner, like up to this corner right here. So that where we saw was down this road, down this way is that other entrance. But if you go down this way, you'll see here's another entrance because there's that road to go up to them. And so they just own this whole corner of this area. But right here is what they have back here behind this gated off area is the gas tanks. I don't know if you've ever known any rich people, but a lot of rich people, when they own huge compounds, they have these huge tankers that are just filled with gas, like, you know, for your car. And if you buy it in big bulks like that, you get it for a lot cheaper. So like, I remember back in the day, my this girl that I knew, her parents were really rich. And so she would get her gas in the backyard, and their parents were saying that they were paying like 35 cents a gallon for the gas because they were buying it in bulk. So I think that there's like 2 of those in the back there. And I think those are for gas for people to fill up their cars. But this is a whole other area. You can't even go up this road into this driveway. You're not even allowed to. And then there's like this other little side road right here. And if you look over here too, see, they just have everything. Oh, there you go. There you go. Signs. There's the blocking for you. They did it. They fucking did it. You're not allowed to see shit. See, oh, these sons of bitches. I should have watched and looked this up beforehand. I cannot believe that. What does she do? What do you think Shelly does all day long? I have no idea. I mean, probably a lot of people don't even know what she looks like. So I'm pretty sure she probably goes into town, into Lake Arrowhead, and does some shopping and, you know, maybe does walks on the lake or sits at home all day and reads books. I don't know, but I honestly think that she's up here in this area. I can't believe that it's blocked like that. For what? I mean, there's this gate here. I mean, you could see the gate right there. So everything is already blocked as it is. I don't know why they had to block it like that. But yeah, they own that whole goddamn corner. Can't even get up in there. See, they've got it all gated off to where you can't get in there. Not allowed to touch this whole area. And see, I'm up in like this part of it. They own a huge swath of land over here. It's absolutely enormous how much they own. I mean, see, they even own back here in this part as well, because that's all gated off. They own a huge, big old part of it. And see, if you look, no, I just want to bring this up. How do I go back to this thing? Come on. I don't know how to work this damn thing. Yeah, I mean, I was all the way up in this area, so I mean, there's the entrance that we were talking about right there. So they must own from all of this to like all of right here, just this whole section, and then this little house right here in this area. But they own this whole corner, this whole triangle piece. Yeah, exactly. Enjoying their tax-free status with all this land. They probably have like the biggest. They own the biggest part of land out of everybody on this damn mountain. Maybe the high school might be a little bit bigger than it, but I mean, yeah. As you can tell, I don't live on the grid. These are the roads in my town. There's no squares, no left, east, west, all of that. These are the roads to get around on my town. When I say I live in a fucking mountain community, I don't lie. It's crazy. Yeah, is that the road they drove on when they were looking for Shelly in the aftermath and the security guys at the gate hassled them? Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. This is where it took place. Was right there, right next to my town. So that's exactly where they went. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, because that's the whole running rumor in town as well. Like out here in this town, there's a lot of rumors of like things that used to happen up here. And that's one of them is this area is known as the Scientology area. And so when they try to go look for Shelly and stuff, I was like, I know that place. I've driven by it and it already has a reputation out here as it is. So I knew exactly where they were, and that's where they were. That's where they went. So it was really cool. I'm watching. I'm like, that's my town. So yeah, no chopper landing pad. No, not out here. It's very hard for any kind. I mean, any kind of airplane landings or anything like that. Like even when my kid got into her car accident, the girl, she should have been airlifted, but they couldn't. They had to come and bring an ambulance. They got into a car accident right in this area right here is where my daughter got into an accident. So the kid decided to go really fast down this road right here, didn't realize there was that sharp turn, and then that's where my little one got into her car accident about a little over a month ago. So, I mean, this is my town. I used to live I used to live over here. I've lived over here. Now I just don't live. I live next to this town. I'm not going to put my ping point on there, but probably have already seen it. But yeah, that's where they live, is in this little section. I think Shelly lives there. So yeah, that's that for the for the what do you call it? The Scientology stuff. I was going to play the Apex song from Yona's Rumble, but I think I'm going to give it to Warren, and we'll play it tonight on his show. That way we could still watch it, because I was wanting to watch it. One of Yona's remixes, Huntington, West Virginia, and the Ohio River. It's called Apex, Many Yona's Remix. I'll put it in here, you guys, so you all can watch it if you want to when we get off of here. That way y'all can watch it if you want to. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. I think that's about it for the day. Yeah, because I'm already at time, so I should probably be getting off of here. Keep an eye out for the clips today. Yona's show is going to be on later tonight. I'm pretty sure. I think The Matrix might be, or is that Saturdays? Just keep an eye out for Yona's show tonight. I believe that's at 7:30 Pacific. And then at 9 p.m. Pacific, it's going to be me and Warren's show on Extra Booyah for the Secret Show. I will be sharing the link on Twitter at some point today. So what's up, Miguel? Good to see you. About to hop off of here. Okay, cool. Hardlands Media is live right now. Well, then what I shall do really quick is I will go over to Twitch, and I will send you you find person over there to the Hardlands Media, and I will start the raid over there. And then I will send you over there, and I will say goodbye to everybody here in the comment section. Kelly Signs, Warren, Miguel, much love. Yes, get some work done before I see you all tonight, right? And then Ghost Start, good to see you. Miguel, John, Yona, Lest Bones. Anybody else that I missed at the beginning? Sarah Benchley, good to see you, or nice to meet you. Cape Socialist, the person I'm not allowed to put up as well. Shane, good to see you. Okay. And I believe that is it. So I am going to get out of here before I waste any more time on my life. Peace.